Hello and welcome to Notre Dame's 63rd Annual Collegiate Jazz Festival. We think you're going to have a wonderful time today. This is something new to do it all online. The festival began in 1959 in Notre Dame's old field house, moved to Steppen Center, moved to Washington Hall. Last year we did it live just before COVID hit. In Notre Dame's new wonderful ballroom in the student center on the west side of the stadium. And this year, because of COVID, for the first time, we're doing it all online. You are going to meet and hear during the day our wonderful clinicians put together by John Clayton, who has been to Notre Dame many times. And he has brought together Tia Fuller, who plays alto sax, Terell Stafford on trumpet, Gerald Clayton, piano, Matt Wilson, and you'll get to meet all of them and hear them doing clinics with the bands as we go forward during the day. So we're going to start out today with University of Notre Dame's Jazz Band 1. And let me just share my screen for a second. And here it is. This is their personnel, and Notre Dame Jazz Band 1 is going to be playing 5 songs: Blues and Hosses Flat, The Jody Grind, arranged by none other than John Clayton himself, Black Butterfly, Jordu, and Perdido. So we hope you enjoy the program, and now we'll turn it over to Notre Dame Studios to start the audio going, and you'll get to watch and see Notre Dame's Jazz Band 1. One, two, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, and so now we're going to transition over to a clinic with our judges. And we have all or most of our jazz band members present on the screen. So uh, clinicians, have at it.
Who's going first?
First, I don't mind. Hey, everybody, how you doing? So that was a great performance. I loved it. You know, one thing that's really important, one thing I love about music is the fact that everybody can express themselves, and no matter what form of expression there is, there's no way to judge expression. So only thing I can say is thank you for moving me. Your first note gave me chills on Blues and Hoss Flat. I love the energy behind Blues and Hoss Flat. I think you know, the fact that you guys are spread out outside makes it a challenge in some ways to hear. It makes it a challenge some ways, probably because, you know, the air could have been a little drafty out there, makes some challenges the way the horns and the sounds were affected. But I think that you guys did a fabulous job. A few things to think about, just from my perspective, especially for the trumpet players, just thinking about the whole aspect of a plunger. You know, sometimes when we play a plunger, we think that playing a plunger is just putting the plunger on the bell and moving that plunger. But the thing that we have to remember, the most important part of plunger playing to me is that hole that's in your plunger. That hole that's in your plunger allows you to play first position of the plunger. There are 5 positions of the plunger. And the first position of the plunger is the actual sound that gives you do, and then you open it up and you get dwa. So when you have a figure that has like Blues and Hoss Flat, the dwa, so the dwa starts from first position. If there's not a good enough hole in that plunger, first position can't be created. So just remembering that first position is important. The 5 positions of the plunger, we can talk about that later on, but just knowing the 5 positions. And when you know the positions of the plunger, you hear a sound that you want, you find that position that matches that sound that you hear. There's no magic formula. It's not like, okay, I can go to position number 3 and it's going to work for every Ellington tune. It's not that way, but knowing the positions of the plunger. And then I think Matt was playing the solo on that. Matt, great job overall playing lead on the whole performance. Very, very powerful. Very, very nice sound. Great leading the brass section. It was really great. So Matt, just something to think about. When you do take plunger solos, the solo comes along with vocabulary. So with a plunger, part of plunger vocabulary is, of course, knowing how to growl. You know, growling is humming. So that's part of plunger vocabulary. Another part of plunger vocabulary is making sure you study shakes. Shakes are really important. Shakes can be with your lips. Some people would use shakes with your lips. For that particular piece, Blues and Hoss Flat, I would highly recommend shakes with your hand. So handshakes are very important. All these aspects make up this particular plunger solo. I won't talk long, John. Just cut me off when you want me to stop. As far as blend and as far as pitch goes, I'm really funny about blend and pitch in that I think blend is, of course, created by knowing the pyramid system and the way big bands function with the pyramid system, following the lead, playing under the lead, et cetera, et cetera. But sometimes we focus so much on pitch that we can't play pitch. So I say, instead of thinking about the pitch, think about the person next to you and their sound and how you can blend in with their sound. Oftentimes when we blend in with someone's sound, it resolves pitch issues, because pitch basically is 2 sounds that clash against one another. So for brass players, especially, you can change your pitch by blending in sounds. How do you blend in a sound? You change your syllable. So brass players can go from an O syllable to an A syllable to an E syllable. Trying any of those syllables out, and you can oftentimes find pretty good blend amongst someone next to you. And then the last thing I'm going to say is vibrato is really important. Vibrato from the saxophones, vibrato from the trombones, vibrato from the trumpets, from everyone. To me, I feel vibrato defines period. whatever period we play, Black Butterfly from 1936, there's a certain vibrato that's associated with that. The vibrato is very much triplety vibrato, a faster triplet that makes up that sound for that, for Duke Ellington or Benny Carter. Benny Carter had a beautiful vibrato on both saxophone and trumpet. So thinking about as you look at your program, even to Jody Grind, if you listen to a Bijan Watson would play the vibrato as a lead trumpet, or Jeff Clayton would play the vibrato as an alto saxophone. It's really important to study these certain periods so that you know what vibrato to play on each piece. You don't want to play a 1936 vibrato on a fusion piece, I mean, that could be cool too, but just knowing that vibrato it has more power than just warmth. It really defines, expression. So that's it. Thank you all. Loved it.
Also, really excited to sleep. You just heard from Terell Stafford.
I think we lost John.
Yeah.
I,
Tia, you're
yeah.
No,
Okay.
I'll-
Go ahead, John. You were kind of cutting in and out. Uh-oh.
I seem to have a wonky connection today of all days, right? So if it happens that I freeze up, let's go ahead and continue without. But we got Tia Fuller, Gerald Clayton's going to be with us throughout the day. Matt Wilson, of course, as well. Each band, by the way, is going to be joined by 4 clinicians today. Everybody's going to receive comment sheets from all of the clinicians. And our comments today are going to be abbreviated, obviously, due to the time limitations. But I'll turn it over to you in a second, Tia, because I don't know when my internet is going to die on these. But I did want to just mention a couple of things. Don't forget, the person who drums is always, Dr. Dwyer thinks it is his band, is your band. If you're playing drums, it's your band. And you are not sitting on you're royalty. You're not sitting on a drum chair, you're sitting on a drum throne. Come on, right? So all of these villagers that worship you, right? Your band, you have to lead them. You have to know what they're going to play before they play it, because you got to set them up. You got to do that crescendo. Your forte is the forte the whole band plays. Your piano is the piano that the whole band plays, right? That's the crucial chair in the band. The other crucial chair, as Terell Stafford mentioned, is the importance of the lead trumpet player. That
Oh no. So I'm happy to step in until because I was actually gonna mention about the drummer, and I love the fact that you're sitting on a throne and you are royalty. But I was always taught in playing in so many big bands that the drummer is the director of the ship. And I think you all did an exceptional job playing as an ensemble. But like John said, and I'm trying to look for your name for the drummer, but like John said, it's important that you really are proactive in setting certain figures up, even if it's just the preparatory beat, like one beat. For example, I think it was in your 4th tune, I believe. It would have been great. There was a figure, an ensemble horn figure, where everybody came in on the downbeat of 1. And it would be killing if you could just do a nice setup, or even just one beat on the snare, boom, scat, bah! And on the beat 4 to preempt what's going to happen dynamically, and then also, rhythmically. So just continuing what John was talking about, just understanding that there's a lot of strength and power in being proactive in your preparation. to create smooth transitions. This is a quote that I share with my students at Berkeley. But not only, a lot of these things that we're doing in the music is truly a manifestation of what we experience in life. And you're able, the beautiful thing about this music is that we're able to truly exercise certain things within ourselves that directly attach ourselves to how we really want to live out our life. And that's one quote: be proactive with your preparation to create smooth transitions. So in light of that, I also wanted to say that I think just the idea of freedom versus structure and structure versus freedom. And understanding that the beautiful thing about that idea is that the two can exist simultaneously in an ensemble. To be more specific, in particular, I think it was during Black Butterfly, the ballad. And so the bass player, I love the fact that you were dancing around the melody within the horns. In that way, to me, the horns provided a very solid structure. And I think this was during the ensemble ensemble phrasing. But you can actually dance a little bit more in those holes. So essentially looking at the horns is, okay, they're providing the structure, but there's space here that I could really kind of manipulate to function as, quote unquote, the drummer. So that leads me to my third point as to constantly being cognizant of what is our role, what is our function. When we are in any ensemble, whether it be big band, small group, playing in a horn section, in a pop band, if we're, in an orchestra, our roles and our functions are transient. They're constantly changing. So in light of that, if you're thinking, okay, we have a horn ensemble figure, lead trumpet, you were killing it. And to me, you were really setting up those phrases really beautifully. But to me, it's like I'm wearing this hat as a lead trumpet player. Now, based off of where the lead trumpet player is playing, then you're asking yourself, what is my role? What is my function? Your role is to set the articulation, the phrasing, and then also having that close relationship. You guys, like the drummer and the lead trumpet player, you all should be going out for coffee every day and talking about how you want to phrase these tunes, but really maintaining this strong connection between the two and understanding how sometimes those roles can change throughout the ensemble. Lastly, I wanted to say that, and to be more specific, to interpretation of the dotted quarter note followed by the eighth note. Naturally, we have a tendency to rush that eighth note. And the way that I like to think about it, and I explain to my band, is that I always like to draw a line between that dotted quarter note followed by the eighth note so that you can really play the space. Because what's happening is a lot of times we're playing that dotted quarter note, we're rushing to the eighth note, but we're not honoring the space in between. And usually in a mid-tempo swing to up-tempo swing, we're rushing that because just the tempo is right here. So think about really playing the space, and lead trumpet player, you can really lean back on that side of the phrasing so that you all aren't rushing some of those figures. But overall, excellent job. I really like the soloist, altos, Christian on tenor, and I believe Patrick on alto. You all are killing it. Just keep going. The last thing I wanted to say, specifically to soloists, and Patrick, you did a great job doing this, but think about how you can create 3 different dimensions, at least to your solo. Meaning that you can proactively, again, think about, okay, how am I going to start my solo? And how am I going to integrate certain things that are rhythmic, that are harmonic, and that are melodic? And just to create these 3 different dimensions so that you can, especially when the background figures come in, you can think about constructing like this. So you're not still kind of relishing in this middle section, but you're playing above when those background figures come in. Okay, so excellent job. I see you, Patrick. I see I saw you on my Hollywood Square. So it's great to hear all of you. And yeah, congratulations.
Thank you, Tia. Hey, Terell.
Yeah, fantastic. I'm with Terell. It was a great way to start. When I watched you guys the other day, one of the highlights for me at the beginning, and was funny, was seeing the fire extinguishers there. You know, we don't have enough fire extinguishers on jazz bandstands, so I think that's something I think we should bring in. So I'm going to speak about the whole. First of all, I think you guys have been given, like, you know, when you go to somebody's house and they have like the right courses of all the food that you just, man, this is great to dig in on. So you've got, look at this, we have like a swinging blues and blues and Haas flat. We have the boogaloo groove in Jody Grind. We have the tone poem in the majesty of Duke Ellington with also another gift of Benny Carter. We have bebop with Jordu. And we have that great arrangement of Professor Dwyer's of Perdido, which is an ensemble figure, right? So as we have to, I think of each piece having a real character. So this morning, if you guys haven't ever seen this, you could go to YouTube and watch Jerry Lewis acting out blues and Haas flat. Have you guys ever seen this? It's great. And he acts it out. He's at a desk and he's with a big cigar, and it's an excerpt of it. And for me, doing the Jody Grind, I cannot not do that tune and not think of John Clayton standing in front conducting, because I've done it with him. So that gave me that imagery, right? Jordu has the, you know, and again, the tone poem aspect of Blue Butterfly, etc. So Patrick, Patrick, your sound is so bright and so, I mean, just brightens the room. So thank you, or brightens the tent. So thank you. You know, it just sound, you know, that's what this medium is, and how we offer our sound and the ways that we offer our sounds. Both for Nick and Carlo, I agree with it with my colleagues in that, you know, you gotta gotta know the music. So the first two tunes are blueses, and so I don't know if you're thinking about the forms of all these, but you should really know the tunes. I would get together and play anytime that you're playing an arrangement of a tune. I feel in a large ensemble, everybody should learn the tune itself. Jordu, if you find a lead sheet, transcribe the tune, learn Jordu, learn Perdido, so that we know what the arrangement does. It's not just starts here and ends here. There's this form happening all along. I've been working on a lot of things during our break of world, you know, and one of the things I've been working on is my large ensemble study of things. And I just got this the other day. So drummer Nick and both you guys, this is a book that Danny Guiley put together along with the great Harold Jones, and it's interpretations of 76 Count Basie charts with Harold Jones's suggestions. And blues and Haas flat is in there. So, you know, it might be something that you know, a resource. I mean, I got it the other day. It's still great. And we have this drummer hang on Tuesday nights, and it's been great to get to know Mr. Jones over Zoom and hear his stories of being with the Basie band. I mean, you know, I love his playing with the Basie band, especially because it comes from more of a bebop tradition for me, a little bit more than the flashier cats with the band. So that's something to think about. But you guys have that gift in that you have these 5 distinct charts in this programming. Then thank you to you guys, you know, Larry and Matt, for choosing really great material to give yourself that chance to, like, oh wow, I can explore each of these dialects. You know, Jordu is a different dialect of swing than blues and Haas flat. You know, so we want to, the more fun we have with the dialects, and then we can also change things around, you know? Like, I love the guitar solo on Jody Grind. So I like to you stand up and play. I mean, if I was a guitar player, I would never sit down. If I didn't have to sit down to play the drums, I would never sit down. I would be up there, like, you know, so that's what I was doing when you were playing. I was thinking you could stand up and, you know, express yourself even more, you know, offer that sound. Okay. Everything that these, you know, my colleagues who I love and adore personally and musically, you know, they offered such great things to say. And I think this is a real gift that you've been given to have these opportunities, right? But each and every day, you know, that we get to wake up and learn this music and study it and try it and check out things. I've been studying orchestration, how people do things. And Mr. Roach on Jordu, I learned this just recently. If you check it out, they play bodo bodo badi badi and they walk the second half. Bodo 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 badi di da. Brilliant. I mean, all these things so I've been doing a lot of this in this time to like just get details even more. So details within the big picture. So it's all the thing is all the elements are there. You guys just have to, like think about, wow, how can we have this take this to another level? But I also really love the way and there was some really nice acknowledgement of folks' expression. I loved at the end of the tunes and stuff like that. So thank you. So thank you guys from the bottom of my heart. It was a great way to start the afternoon. So thank you.
Thank you, Matt. I really hope my internet doesn't die before I finish a couple of points, but if it does, you guys are awesome. I'm really proud of what you've done so far. Keep it up. Matthew mentioned something that I want to also kind of highlight, and that is the support thing. Man, when you guys were done soloing and stuff, I wanted to see more of what you were feeling. And I think you were feeling, wow, that was a great solo. Yeah, bro. Yes, that's cool. Yeah. You got to give that up. You can't be like holding it inside, playing your music and just thinking to yourself, damn, that was a really great solo. Wow, they really played great. Come on, give it up. You know how good. God, I wanted to kill my internet today. But anyway, you get where I'm going. Don't be shy about expressing and supporting your friends. You know how great it feels. You got it. It's basically a do unto other things thing, do unto others thing. So you love how it feels when somebody gives it up to you and does that. You got to do that for everybody else. So thank you so much, and congratulations to Larry and Matt. You guys did an awesome job. I'm ready for that next. Thank you.
Okay, so John, you just broke up again, but I think we're about out of time for this session, so we're going to wrap it up now. And for those of you who are watching on YouTube, we're going to have a 10-minute intermission, and then for all of you who are on Zoom on this call, you can flip over now to the YouTube link and get to watch the other bands and the comments from the other groups. So we're going to have a 10-minute intermission now, and we'll be back at 1 o'clock Eastern Daylight Time with the other groups. And next up is Texas State University Jazz Ensemble. So we'll see you in 10 minutes. Bye-bye. Thank you, judges, clinicians. Great comments. We appreciate it.
Go ahead, Mr. Dwyer.
Okay, we'd like to welcome all of you who are joining us now to Notre Dame's 63rd Annual Collegiate Jazz Festival. We're going on all day today. An hour ago, we heard Notre Dame's Jazz Band 1. And next up here during this hour is the Texas State University Jazz Ensemble. I'm going to share my screen. This is their playlist, their personnel, and their soloists. So they're going to play, 5 songs. The Heat's On by Sammy Nestico. St. Thomas, Bill Holman's arrangement of the Sonny Rollins tune. Speedball by Lee Morgan, arranged by Mike Crotty. Biscuits and Wine by Dexter Zabriskie. It looks like that's a student in your group, right? So that's wonderful. And Village Dance by Tom Kubas. So we're looking forward to a wonderful performance, and we'll have just a short break now while Notre Dame Studios transitions from me over to the video. And so those of you from Texas State and everybody else in the whole wide world who is watching, pause for about 30 seconds, and we're going to see a great performance by Texas State University Jazz Ensemble. Coming up. Texas State University Jazz Ensemble with Dr. Utah Hamrick as the director. And now we're going to switch over to a clinic with our wonderful judges put together by John Clayton, so himself, and you'll hear from Tia Fuller, Gerald Clayton, and Matt Wilson during this session. So clinicians, take it away.
Thank you. Thank you, Larry. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Larry. Welcome, man. Great performance. Congratulations, you guys. I also want to thank my team of clinicians. Once again, Tia Fuller. We have Terell Stafford with us on board, Gerald Clayton, and Matt Wilson. 4 clinicians will be with us for this session, but you'll hear in the comments from all of the clinicians. So you'll get comment sheets from all of us. Our comments today are going to be abbreviated due to the time limitations, but I just want to be the first to say congrats on a wonderful performance. You guys are doing such a great job. What a fun set. I made some notes about some things that really stuck out, that because I'm always about, what can we add to our music? We can always look at things in an incorrect way or negative way, and we end up beating up ourselves and doing more damage than good. So it's like, that's not what it's about anyway. It's about, okay, this is where I am. It's not that I suck, that I was a terrible solo, I'm no good. No, it's always about what can I add to where I am and to who I am. So that's kind of what we're doing with you today. We're sharing things that we think that you might consider adding. I wrote down some comments on St. Thomas, for instance, swing and trombone solo. Thank you for that. All of us want to expand our vocabularies as we solo, as we express ourselves. So be sure that you continue to do that in a very controlled and definitive manner, rather than just like, oh man, I'm just going to jam, I'm just going to play, hope I get better. No. Figure out what solos do you want to transcribe? What tunes do you want to check out? What kind of grooves do you want to connect with? What's that bass player doing on this tune, the drummer doing on this tune? We want to go deep, and we want to give attention to detail always. That's so important. On the St. Thomas thing, everybody dropped out when the bass player took a solo. I feel you, bro, my bass bro in there. We got to make sure, guys, that if that's what the bass player wants, cool, but our natural tendency should not be that when the bass player takes a solo, we just kind of stop playing, let him have it. So if that was decided upon, that's one thing, but I think that our knee jerk needs to be support the soloists, no matter who it is, whether it's a bass soloist, it doesn't matter. So support the soloists. Also, I think I'd like for you to consider attaching your solos to the backgrounds that you play, that are played behind you, and also the upcoming sets. So rather than just think of ending your solo, think about attaching your solo to those things, to the background. Maybe you'll stop playing for a couple of bars while the background is going, and you end up having a conversation in your solo with the background. Just, kind of an idea. Speedball, beautiful, exciting overall, really great. In terms of biscuits and wine, congrats, man. I'm like, biscuits and wine? This cat's too young to understand something about biscuits and wine. But that was a fun composition. I would suggest that, getting into writing, bravo. I want you to continue that. Consider when you do your outline in your sketch, and I hope that you're doing that, because if you don't do an outline in a sketch, then you have a tendency to go straight to the score paper and just write, and you don't have an understanding of the shape of your piece. So I think that you might want to look at the shape when you write a sketch, when you do your outline. See where you're starting, see where you're ending, see how it's arcing, see if you've got some climactic areas you're going to, etc. And don't rely on the hip and wonderful answers on your own. Instead, find a model. Find a model of some compositions, arrangements that are killing, that feel really balanced to you. And then do your own thing based on that model. And you'll start, by putting your feet in those shoes, you'll start understanding how it feels to write an arrangement that has a nice balanced flow. So anyway, those are just a couple of things I wanted to share. Great band, wonderful concert. Thank you for that. And I'm going to turn it over to another one of my colleagues.
I guess I'll go if that's okay, John. Wow. So can I just give it up to, I'm going to start from the latter, the last tune being the Village Dance. Speaking about dance, who was the bass player back there holding it down? Was that Josh or Cole?
That was Josh. He's got to work today, so he's not on here, unfortunately.
Oh, okay. I just want to give it up to him because upon the first song, I remember Ed Thigpen running into him at what used to be the IAJE Jazz Convention, and he pulled me aside and he said, "Tia, dancing and music is synonymous. Without one, there cannot be another." And so, Josh, I know he's working right now, but if you all can relay this message to him, continue to dance with this music, because I was feeding off your energy. And I noticed everybody in the Hollywood Squares and even in the band was really moving based off of his groove and his vibe. So thank you, Josh, for being unapologetic about the dance in the music. And this is something that I heard universally throughout your ensemble. What an exciting ensemble, first of all, especially during COVID and all of these different things that we've had to endure this past year. I feel like you all really captured the spirit and the essence of every tune that you did. And especially that last song that all of you really liked it. I'm just going to scroll through for those of you. Can I just get a head shake? Do you all like that last tune? Yeah. Okay, so it showed. The thing is that we want to make sure that we maintain that spirit no matter what tune we play, the spirit of joy and like John was saying, constantly seeking beyond what is there. And to me, as musicians, there's a couple of elements of that. One of them, which I feel like you all did an extraordinary job, but even digging deeper, is this notion of trust, one. And two, this notion of the rhythm section is playing the melody and the melodic instruments are playing rhythmically. So it creates this cohesiveness that goes, whoop, and I feel like that with your impeccable articulation amongst like the horns you all, I was even like throughout this virtual, hearing it through my earphones, I was hearing the clarity of your attacks and your releases, which is really, really important. Additionally, I think it's important that, and to dig deeper on that, I think it's important, especially saxes, make sure that you all are identifying a breath accent and then also a breath-tongue accent or a tongue accent. And how that's gonna transition and manifest based within certain areas of the tune. And there was one in particular, I think it was one of the first songs. Here we go. Yeah, it was in St. Thomas, at the sax line at the end. Make sure that you all are in oneness of agreement of, okay, are we gonna breath accent these and tongue accent? Is it just gonna be a tongue accent or a breath accent? Because I was hearing a little bit of discrepancy, and I feel like at the end of the tune, to put that period on there, it would have been nice to hear both breath and tongue. Then you would have been able to pop out the phrasing a little bit more. So that's one thing. Another thing is this notion of trust. So going back to that, so I wanna focus on some of the soloists and the element of ensemble playing or the rhythm section playing, functioning as not only a supportive instrument, but changing this mindset of not supportive to creating conversation with the soloist. And soloists having this self-awareness of saying, you know what, this is a misnomer. It's not my solo. This is actually a collective effort of of taking this opportunity and delving into how can I create a seamless and cohesive conversation. And to me, with that, it's losing yourself in order to become one with others. You know, so I'm speaking kind of macro right now, but and more metaphysically. But again, I was saying in the last meeting that all of these things are things that we're exercising in our life. This music is a manifestation of our life, and so in particular, Brian Golden. Yes, yes, yes. Are you on here, Brian? I see you. BKG 26 at Texas State. Yes. So you came in, and I loved how you started your solo. It was like, you just didn't start on the downbeat of one, but you were playing into it, which was really killing. I wrote down that you had mad swag in your solo. And the reason why I'm saying you had mad swag is because you started off with the blues, then you took it into some eighth note passages, and then you took it out in the upper part of your register and playing across the bar line with some 16th note, really moving, which was really, really killing to me. Because to me, certain elements of a great solo is creating at least three different dimensions. And you effectively did that, so congratulations. Rhythm section. Think about how you can be an extension of those ideas. So many times, Brian, as soloists, we're thinking it's our solo, but how can you integrate that mentality with what you played with? And then rhythm section, how you all are able to be an extension of that. So I'm sorry, cut me off, John, if I'm going on too much, but this will be my last point. Was it Isaac or Israel who was playing behind Brian? The drummer?
That was Isaac.
Okay, great job, Isaac. I want you to feel liberated enough to let go of the quarter note. Liberated enough, especially if Brian starts playing across that bar line, trusting that either Josh or Cole, whoever was playing bass, has those downbeats. Again, recognize what is my role, what is my function at this given point in time, but letting go of the quarter note and really chasing after his lines. These are different dimensions that not only, Brian, you could chase and create in your solos, but as an ensemble, going from this mentality of large ensemble, drummer, to setting up figures, to shoot, small ensemble, okay, now I can be more of an extension. I don't have to worry as much about setting up figures. I could be more of an extension of his ideas. And really thinking, the entire rhythm section could really think in light of that as well. The last thing I want to say as far as soloists, trombone player, I'm scrolling back through my notes, but there was a solo trombonist on Biscuits and Wine, I think. I can't, give me 1 second.
There was one on St. Thomas and one on Village Dance.
Okay, so on St. Thomas, Josh, you could think more rhythmically in that Latin section so that then you could construct your solo and then go into your eighth notes that you were already in. And again, paying homage to, what would be the approach that Sonny Rollins took? And it was straight up playing off of different rhythmic components. And then also listening to what the rhythm section is feeding you more. And this goes to everybody. Like piano player Kenneth, great solo, by the way, in St. Thomas. But really listening to what's being created around you to help create, again, this conversation. And then Kenneth, I'm reading past one of my notes. Great solo on St. Thomas. I'd like to hear you thinking about allowing your left hand feed your right hand. So one thing that Mary Lou Williams, and I'll end with this, but Mary Lou Williams said that she learned is that playing her left hand louder than her right, because that's where the passion, emotion, and rhythm lies. So really exploring both sides of, okay, I'm playing with these ideas with my right hand, but really preempting it with your left hand. So I think I've talked enough, but congratulations, you all. I'm just really excited, and I was very, very into your performance. Thank you.
Yeah, I think we have enough time for maybe 3 minutes from Gerald and 3 minutes from Matt, if you guys can do that.
At the most.
We'll talk at the same time. I'm going to put up one word: event. I don't know Tom Kubis, but I think he wouldn't mind if we messed with that chart a lot more. I saw people just standing there. Jazz is the only music where people stand there sometimes. So I would have liked to have heard some improvised backgrounds. There's a band room there, maybe some percussion, something else to just make that tune. Like, I wanted to see like more surprise. I think we could take a lot more chances. I think sometimes we're like, whoa, and I mean, all the other tunes, for me, they all had nice personalities. I thought this last one though was more one that, like, okay, we can really make it Texas State University's own, and so I think that was something I would like to have heard. Like, that's the thing. And I just watched the screen and I just saw people. You improvise some backgrounds. You know what I mean? There's no, the permission is, the answer is yes. In my eyes and ears, if it's legal, the answer is yes. So try it, And I said, I don't think Tom Kubis is going to show up and go like, what do you, I mean, I think there's instances where we want to do that a little bit more. And otherwise, I think, for me, I made notes. The only other thing is, I feel like I don't know this arrangement of Mr. Karate's of Speedball, but I know the record very well. And for me, the hook of that tune is that rhythm that's in the eighth bar, ba ba da ba bo ba, and I didn't hear that too plainly in the melody. I love that on that record. That's Wayne Shorter, Lee Morgan, Harold Mabern, Bob Cranshaw, and the great Billy Higgins. So maybe check out that recording too and instill that into some of this. But thank you guys, a great performance, and Dexter, nice tune, very nice. Very nice tune, and nice soprano playing. Whoever was doing that too, very, very beautiful. Okay, Gerald, take it.
Thanks, Matt. Yeah, y'all. Congrats. That was really, really beautiful. I really, really enjoyed listening to you guys. Thanks so much for putting all of the spirit and energy into the music. It really came through. I think it's all been said. You guys got a lot of great ideas to think about. The sort of the main thing I keep thinking about is, like my dad was saying, how can we make things better? And to maybe more specifically, like for me, how can we make sure that everything we play has life in it? That there's never this moment of that I call autopilot, and maybe we all kind of have our own personal version of what autopilot feels like. But even as a band, as a unit, there are times in the music where we sort of say, okay, the job is done. Now I can sit back and just sort of ride, right? And as best as possible, you all have to hold yourselves accountable to that. You have to be your own taskmasters to break out of that and say, how can we instill some life in this? So that means rhythm section. I love what Tia was saying about sort of thinking of your roles differently, that the rhythm section actually can kind of morph into a soloist's headspace, and the soloist can morph into the rhythm section headspace. We're all responsible to be sort of like putting our sensors out there and thinking how we can put something different in there. If I was here, if we were in the same room, I would maybe just take one of those changes, one of those solo forms, and kind of just challenge you guys to try something different. And that sometimes that means really going to the extreme of sounding bad to realize, okay, well, that doesn't quite work, but at least now we're trying something. At least now we're doing something other than that autopilot. So that's kind of my main message, is for each of you to be thinking about that. How can we keep instilling life into the music and not let that autopilot switch go on? Everything else has been said, just adding more and more to everything that you're already doing so well. Thinking about phrasing and articulation and dynamics and the arc of the piece and the rhythms, all those things, like nothing gets missed. There's this notion that we can kind of hide in a big band because there's so many cats around, but it's kind of the opposite. If there's that 16th note rhythm and we're not nailing it, take the time to honor that and get together and work through that slowly and work it back up. But again, these are all comments that are building upon a really great performance and a great band. So thank you all for that.
Gerald, thank you very much. And thanks to all our clinicians. Thanks to Texas State University and Utah Hamrick. Great job. We're going to take a break now, and we'll be back at the top of the hour with some more music, another group from Texas State. So looking forward to it. We'll see you all in a few minutes. Thanks. On a different link.
Go ahead.
All right, and welcome to everyone for this hour of Notre Dame's 63rd Annual Collegiate Jazz Festival. We have a wonderful group of clinicians with us today, put together by John Clayton, fabulous string bass player, composer, band leader. He does everything. Along with Tia Fuller on alto sax, Terell Stafford, trumpet, Gerald Clayton, piano, Matt Wilson, drums. We'll hear from 4 of those people right after we hear the next band play. And but all 5 will be making comments that the directors will receive. So we're going to start now with, let me share my screen. This is Texas State University's Jazz Orchestra. And you can see their playlists. They're going to play Splanky, the wonderful chart that Neil Hefti did for Count Basie, on Purple Porpoise Parkway by Tom Kubas, Four Brothers by Jimmy Jufrey, and Peg this by Steely Dan, arranged by Mike Tomorrow. So we're looking forward to hearing this performance. We're going to take it now to Notre Dame Studios, and after just a very short pause, you're going to hear Texas State University Jazz Orchestra. Here they come. All right, that was Texas State University Jazz Orchestra, directed by Andrew Cheatham. Thank you for a wonderful performance, and we're now going to turn it over to our clinicians, headed up by John Clayton, with Tia Fuller, Terell Stafford, Gerald Clayton, and Matt Wilson. John, take it away.
Hey guys, congratulations on the great performance. Bravo. So many great moments that really made my eyebrows kind of rise up when I heard that you guys play. Um, I should turn my volume up. I'm sorry. Um, some things that stick out, and it's always about what we want to add to our performance, right? It's not like I suck, I'm no good, and, that's no, we don't go there. It's always about what do I want to add. So I just kind of made a couple of notes about things that you might want to consider adding to your performance. On Splanky, my bass brother, I know what you're going through. And for people that don't understand what that is that bass players go through, we are so busy supporting and supplying everybody with the underpinning that allows them to play those melodies and play those solos and to comp, that when we finally have a chance to solo, if we're not careful, we have a bit of a challenge making that transition to a more melodic kind of playing. So we combine the two. We still end up playing roots on the downbeats of the chord changes, and then we play some stuff on top of it. And we get to the next chord change, we play another root, and then we play some stuff on top of that. So that's something that you can expand. I don't say you have to break out of it, but so you can expand that by checking out some solos of other instruments, whether it's going to be other bass players that already are a bit more melodic, freer, or maybe some guitar solos, maybe some piano solos. They have to be things that are close to your level so that it's not frustrating to learn it, but it's going to help you expand your whole soloing idea. So that's something I wanted to share with my dear bass brother. And I'd like for everybody to check out the original. This is a Sammy Nestico arrangement, and he's one of my favorites. But check out the original recording of Splanky. I think you're going to get a lot of ideas. Also, all of the soloists. I like that you opened up the chart so that more people could solo. But everybody needs to. First of all, soloing. Let's talk about that for real quick. Soloing. What are the rules? Number one, you have to learn the melody. I reiterate. You have to learn the melody, all right? If you write a tune and somebody's going to solo on your tune and they don't know, I hope you will be pissed. I hope you will go, man, you soloing and everything, but yet I wrote this tune. How come you don't know the tune first, right? So we have to learn the melody. That's number one. Number two, we have to know the chord changes. You got to be able to arpeggiate every chord that is underlying that melody. Every chord change, you have to be able to know it and appreciate it. Number three, let's not think of it as a solo. Let's think of it as a chance to embellish the melody, right? So let's go there first. How does it feel to take that melody and just kind of mess around with it and do some things but you're stuck to the melody. You're just doing some really cool, interesting things with it. So those are three important things, like learning the melody, learning the changes, embellishing the melody. And you add this to the other things in your life, which are jamming, playing with your friends, transcribing, doing all the research, So it's not like you stop, put everything on hold. No, make this a part of what you're doing. Don't forget that we're all servicing the music. We're all servicing the music. We have to figure out what the music is about and then figure out what our role is in order to uplift that music, right? We can't just play the lead trumpet part, just play the bass, just play the drums, no, we have to service the music. How can I make this music sparkle and shine and be heavy and deep and whatever, right? So always think about that. What can I do to service the music even more? I'd like to, we don't really often share ideas with directors, and I'd like to do that right now. So, because you're doing a great job, but there are things that we as directors, as conductors of the band, also need to be aware of. And I'm saying this to the director, but I'm also saying it to everybody else, because you guys are also going to lead. You're going to be in situations where we need your leadership, we need your knowledge, we need your help, right? And so that's one of the things I want to share with you, my friend, is one of my mantras is, so go I, so go they. So go I, so go they. If I'm in a great mood, it invites everybody to be comfortable to join in on my great mood. If the music, we're servicing music, right? If the music is really exciting, my body language, my attitude, my mood needs to reflect the energy of the music, right? We have to also lead the encouragement. Lead the encouragement, right? So if somebody is just done with a solo, we as the directors have to go, woo, killing, yeah, you know, whatever it is. It's got to be sincere. It can't be BS. But somehow we need to lead the encouragement. So now everybody else that wants to encourage each other feels really comfortable because we've set the tone. I would also say bring in the ensemble with the body language of the vibe. So if you want, if suddenly the trombones have to go or whatever it is, then when you get ready to lead them in, you like like that, you know? We can't just like point at them and expect that excitement. So bring in the ensemble with the body language of the vibe of the thing. Also on Four Brothers, that was on Four Brothers. That's overall, but that made me think of it. On Four Brothers, the drummer, I don't know who's playing drums, but I just wrote down, yeah, exclamation mark, killing, because you took charge, man. You took charge of that energy. And that's great. That's amazing. Do that in every song that you play. Every drummer has to do that. Everybody should do it, but especially the drummers. Also, make sure that you are comfortable with standard and matched grip. All right? You're way too young to say, "Oh man, I only play matched grip." You know, you have to learn both and then master both. And you're going to find that there are going to be situations where, you know, it does feel better to do it this way or do it the other way. So those are just some of the things I wanted to share, but bravo band, keep it up. Looking forward to the next. I turn it over to my colleagues.
Okay, I'll jump in. So bravo to everybody. I really, really enjoyed the performance. To piggyback off what Mr. Clayton said, I agree with everything. So I'm just going to stop. No, I'm just kidding. Some things to think about, you know, this to soloists. I want to encourage soloists, in addition to everything that Mr. Clayton said. But you know, it's great. I have so much love and empathy for my rhythm section friends, because you know, they play so great, they work so hard, but sometimes the soloists never listen to them to know how hard they work and how great they play. And the rhythm section played so great, and the soloists just need to take a step back and just listen to what's going on and see what you can do to accompany what they do. It's not that they should accompany the soloists all the time. Rhythm section should go both ways. And when we do that, then we become selfless. When we become selfless, we're not thinking about us. That's what we don't want to do as soloists. It's just, you know, I don't even like the word soloist, you know, it implies that it's all about me. It's really not, you know, it's all about everyone. So soloists, take a minute to listen to the rhythm section, see what you can do to be part of what they offer. So that would be one thing. We, you know, this relationship that's always talked about between lead trumpet and drums. It's always talked about, and in every clinic you go to, someone says, "Oh, the drummer needs to listen more to the lead trumpet player." So I do want to say that, but here's why I want to say it. You know, there's a trumpet drum history through through the history of this music. You know, trumpet and drums have this connection. You can see it in a small group. You can especially see it in a big band. I mean, if you look at, you know, Thad Jones, Mel Lewis, even look at Buddy Rich and the lead players that he went through. Why are lead trumpet players and drummers so important? Well, lead trumpet player is the stylist of the group. So when Mr. Clayton said, listen to the original of Splanky, I have a list of like lead trumpet tunes that I think every lead trumpet player should know, just like a real book. Or there's a list of tunes. And Splanky shout section is like a shout section every lead player should wake up to in the morning and go to sleep to in the evening. You know, it's that powerful of shout section. Because of you, I'm a little angry at this band. Because of you, and you played Spanky, now I won't get it out of my mind for the next 4 days. You know, that's going to be stuck in my mind. My daughter's going to be talking to me. I'm going to ignore her because I'm thinking about, you know, so that shout section is so powerful. Go back and listen to it from the lead trumpet player perspective. Listen to the inflections, listen to the drums, and listen to the lead trumpet player and how the lead trumpet player pulls the drummer. There's that pulling, there's that relationship of pulling them, create this big fat time. So go back and listen to that. And then that brings me to my next thing, relationships. So relationships are really important. Another thing that people say, make sure you follow the lead player. Make sure you follow the lead player. Well, I'm not sure if I always want to follow the lead player. Because in the group I play, the main group I play in is the Vanguard Jazz Orchestra. So if I follow the lead player, I'm going to always be behind the lead player. What I want to do as a section player is to listen with enough intent to the lead player that I can anticipate what the lead player is going to do. I want to listen to the drummer and the bass player with enough intent that I can anticipate what they're going to do. So we live in this world of anticipation. Anticipation comes from intent listening, listening with a purpose. That's what we have to do. We can't just assume what someone's going to play, but if we anticipate, that means we have to listen at an unbelievable level. So I want to challenge you to do that. Yes, listen to the lead player in the section. Lead player, make sure you listen to the first, the second, the third, the fourth. Listen, you know, it's really, really important. The last thing I'm going to say, when it comes to listening, if we think about, and what was the contrafact of Green Dolphin Street, there was the bass trombone who has a beautiful, 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 beautiful sound. And the bass player, beautiful, beautiful sound, great vibe. The two of you, I'm not sure if you realize it, but maybe you do, on that song, you guys have a lot together, right? So if the bass trombone and the bass player have a lot together, if you guys haven't locked yourself in a room, socially distant, of course, with a bell cover, and practice that part together, you haven't done the song the service. So the bass player and the bass trombone player should find a way to play those parts together so that when you play them, that it sounds like one. It's going to be a compromise because it's a stringed instrument and a wind instrument. So you have to find a compromise, how you articulate, et cetera, et cetera. And I think the last thing I want to say is to the soloists. What Mr. Clayton said is so true about learning the melody. The next thing I wrote on my sheet, all over my sheet, which is, it said, take some time to transcribe if you haven't. And here's my logic in transcribing. We have to be humble. If we look at transcribing on a scale to 1 to 5, we have to realize where we are on that scale. If we're at 1, that's totally cool. Find a 1 and find that 1 solo. If you're level 2, find a level 2 solo, but find a solo that you love and that's going to feed you. That's really important. So you got to be fed vocabulary and inflections and time. That's what that solo is going to feed you. And the last reason I say to transcribe a solo, you want to know what it feels like to play a great solo. You know what I mean? If you play Miles Davis solo on So What, you will know what it feels like to be Miles Davis for 5 minutes. It's going to be the best 5 minutes of your life. So that's what I encourage you to do. So bravo to everyone. Thank you.
Yeah, y'all. Shall I go next? Or Matt, you want to go?
No, go ahead, Gerald. Go ahead. Go
All
ahead,
right,
my friend.
I'll jump in. What's up, y'all? Everybody sounds so good. This was really great. Thank you for that wonderful performance. I really enjoyed a lot of moments in there. So I'm kind of putting myself in your shoes and thinking about what it feels like to be in the band room and have these charts in front of us, have a chart in front of me, and have to make music with 16, 17, 18 other people. There's this feeling that I don't know if anybody else feels this way sometimes. There's a feeling where you kind of are hidden amongst the masses, right? You feel a little bit like, well, there's so many other things going on. I guess I'll just kind of stay to myself and stay quiet and just do my part. Oh, here comes a solo. I guess I'll be a little louder now. And then I'll kind of retreat back into my seat. I want to encourage all of you to just slap yourselves out of that headspace if you feel that way. It turns out that there is no hiding, that you actually really have to invest in your part of the music. If you're playing a Charleston rhythm, bring that out and sing that, like really live whatever it is you're contributing to the music. You really got to put your all into it, because that's what it takes for the listener to actually feel the music on the level that's intended. It's almost like we have to be drama queens in the big band. We can't just say piano, we have to say pianissimo. We can't just say forte, we have to say fortissimo. So all of us have to do our work on our instruments to be able to even just have the capacity to play fortissimo, right? We all got to play our long tones and our scales and arpeggios, all that work that comes along with the territory, so that when we can actually serve the music, we have the capacity to serve it well. The other thing that has already been stated that is really going to help serve the music is all of you doing a personal deep dive into this music, into the charts that you're playing, and creating your own personal relationship to this. Like, what is what's the emotion, the attitude, the vibe behind Splanky? It's not enough to just say 1, 2, 3, 4, here are the notes. What about the attitude behind the notes, right? So my man on guitar, for instance, he took a solo that felt like it was all of a sudden in a whole different world. Like, we left the Count Basie dance floor and we went into like the Jimi Hendrix dance floor or something, whatever it is. Not to say that isn't beautiful music over here and isn't to be dealt with, but especially with a chart like a Basie chart, I think of it as like an exotic bird, and you don't want to ruffle the feathers. The way you serve the music is to think of exactly how you need to stroke the feathers of that bird to not ruffle a thing. So that might mean actually changing the sound on your guitar, actually getting into the headspace of Freddie Green, right? Pianist, same thing. I really enjoyed the way you used space in your solo. That was really like kind of in the spirit of Count Basie. Don't be afraid to consider the entire chart your solo the way that Basie did. Not your solo, but adding to the music, finding those holes, finding those spaces as he so geniusly did. I think you took a solo and then the backgrounds came in and you kind of stopped playing. I thought you could think of that as one long continuation. But that's just on the Basie chart. For every single chart, there's a different vibe, there's a different energy. And we all can do the work to investigate that attitude, the emotion behind that stuff, and really just bring that into the chart. At first it might feel a little strange, or like maybe you're putting out more energy than you're used to, but that's really what we want. That's really a good thing. One specific thing I heard, for instance, on that second chart, the On Purple, the sort of samba feel thing, my pianist friend, again, I heard like a moment of kind of a piano montuno thing. So I love that you're searching for different ways of trying to comp and support the feel, the groove. But similar to being Jimi Hendrix on a Count Basie chart, bringing that kind of montuno flavor to a samba feel is a little bit mixing, our flavors, our dishes, our languages. So what I would do is I would check out some, players, actually like check out real traditional samba music and get inside of that and see if you can bring that to the chart. only other stuff I wrote down quickly was thinking about how to really serve the transitions in the music. Drummer, this is a big part of your gig, right? Thinking about, you have to know the chart so well that you know what's happening at the beginning all the way to the end, all the arcs, all the dips and valleys, and then not just making a transition like 2 bars before, but see what it feels like to start that transition 6 bars before we get there. And that doesn't mean that all of a sudden you're going to be playing a whole lot of stuff, but something inside of your body, some kind of intensity, something has to start moving, and even musically give us all the feeling that, okay, something is changing, you know? The only last thing I'll say is that and Terell kind of touched on this too, is that we're all responsible for things that we wouldn't think of. So that time feel, that groove, it's not just the rhythm section, y'all. Like, everybody has to be feeling the subdivisions of the beat. You know, if it's a swing feel, we should all be feeling do la do la do la do la do la do la do. Even before we play the first note, we have to know what that engine is so that we can just kind of smoothly jump in on that. So work on that together, you know? Just everybody even say doodle it together. Say 1, 2, 3, 4, do la do la do la do la. Little accent on the la do la do la do la do la do la do la 3, 4, and then play the tune, right? But we're all really responsible for those things. I know that if you guys just like put a little bit of energy into that, already the music is just going to feel like it's lifted. So keep up the great work and enjoy the journey. I'm really stoked to hear you all getting inside the music.
Yeah, Gerald. Thelonious Monk, he wore a ring that said always no. So I think the more that we research things and check out, you know, the more we're going to be, the more free we're going to be with things. So, for example, we had 2 contrafacts here. Well, 3 really kind of the blues with Splanky, but on Green Dolphin Street. So on what is it? Pretty clever little title there. Purple Porpoise Parkway. Say that 3 times. You dig. So we have, and then 4 brothers, Texas-born composer Jimmy Jeffrey. It's based on Jeepers Creepers. So we might want to research these tunes too, and just but check out, like, the more that we know, the freer we're going to be. Splanky, man, I'm with Terell on that. My late wife, she was probably listening. That was her favorite shout chorus. She was a violinist, but she loved that shout chorus. We'd listen to that record and she'd sing it, and we'd be in the car and she'd go ba ba boo ba boo, you know. So I was telling a band earlier, but I just got this great book of Harold Jones's with Danny Gottlieb for the drummers, talking about how to approach Basie charts. So if you have some extra cash, I would do that. There's a great documentary on the making of Asia, where they solo Chuck Rainey's bass part. And man, you got to check that out because it's great. They just solo his part. Chuck Rainey he slaps in it too. And he's one of the, you know, oh, it's so great. Rick Marotta and my good friend Steve Collins playing rhythm guitar. The rhythm guitar on that is unbelievable, right? Jimmy Jeffrey's writing too on that chart on 4 Brothers is something else, and is writing with other bands. You should do some more research and development beyond the page, you know. So Neil Hefti, right? He wrote a lot of different things. He wrote Batman theme, words and music. Batman. No, okay. So, but Jimmy Jeffrey, I had the great chance of hanging out with him quite a few times. He told me what made this chart. If you listen to the original recording of that band, which was with the 4 saxophone players are pretty good players. Sir Shaloff on baritone saxophone, Zoot Sims, Herbie Stewart, and Stan Getz. They were the 4 brothers. Don Lamont's playing drums. Jimmy Jeffrey told me what he thought made the chart was that he had him play not metric in the fills on the shout chorus. So he just plays areas of time. He doesn't mark it. So listen to the shout chorus. When you get the recording and check it out, it's like It's so great. And ba ba da ba ba ba, and he straightens them out a little bit, but it's in this zone. He did this. So these things, kinds of things for me, you know, really make it. And stories about the music. John Clayton came into the Central Jazz Workshop one afternoon to our afternoon conclave, and I tell this story all the time. It's one of my favorite moments for me of music education. And Maestro Clayton came in for his afternoon speaking, where he lifts us all and says, I have an announcement to make. I want everybody to stop practicing. Half the people are like, woohoo! And half the people are like, wow, that's all we're told to do. And he goes, no, hear me out. He goes, stop practicing and start performing. We have plenty of jazz players. We need more performers, you know? So, you know, like, think about that's tying this all in. You know this stuff, the freer you can be to, you know, and, you know, you got to be fearless with this, you know. But we're playing music. It's not fear like a few weeks ago, there were trimming some trees in my backyard. Here's a guy up to 70 feet with a rope, with a chainsaw on his side doing this. Now, that to me, that's scary. But we're doing, nobody gets hurt. So I would like to see it break out a little bit more. You know, I mean, I'd like to see more support of each other, more of that. So all of this ties in together. The knowledge, checking everything out. Everybody is everything in this music too, you know. Soloist. One of my quotes is a JFK quote. And again, it's not a solo. It's like everybody singing this. Ask not what you can do for the rhythm section, or ask not what the rhythm section do for you, but what you can do for the rhythm section. So maybe even, like, get together and play these. Green Dolphin Street, pretty common, you know, tune of our language, right? Of this music. Tonight, well, hopefully somebody's playing somewhere, but that song will probably be played, right? So you have this aspect of it now for social reasons too. So you're taking this chart of Mr. Kubis's, and now you know this tune, the chord changes, and everything that go with it. Learn the lyrics, learn everything. Same way with Jeepers Creepers with Four Brothers, if it's a tune that's so inclined. But check, and also Peg, you know, that opening fill that Rick Marotta plays. I played with that record every day after school, just like I played with Splanky every day after school when I was in high school. Just like I played with I had all this stuff, but Asia was one of them, you know. So I get so excited to hear that. But man, Chuck Rainey on it alone. So find that documentary on the making of Asia, and just they solo Chuck Rainey. Also, Chuck Rainey is in the documentary of Aretha Franklin's in the rhythm section with Bernard Purdy and Cornell the Priest. So check it out. It's great. All right. Thank you, guys. Beautiful. Beautiful.
Okay. And we're about 10 minutes before the hour. If any of the other clinicians have a quick comment or two, please throw it in. And then we need to wrap this session. For the band, you're going to get comments, written comments from all the judges. So, excuse me, John Clayton told me we're not judges, we're clinicians. I love it. So,
Larry, can
yeah.
Can I just share something really quickly that came to mind a couple of weeks ago, and I've been really chewing on it, and it's an extension of what both Terell and Matt and actually Gerald. What's up, Gerald? I didn't get a chance to say hi. But share just about really refining, like working on certain elements of the minutia of the music and how that affords for the abundance. And so it's another quote that came to me, and it's limitation begets limitless opportunity. Meaning that, and this is something I'm dealing with in my life, truly, but the things that we do for a certain amount of time, in a limited amount, if we're refining our articulation or our tonguing or really working our intonation, all of that, over a period of time, it's going to beget this abundance of opportunity of being able to truly master that one thing within the limitation. And so, I mean, this is great for me because I'm learning so much from all of my heroes here. And limitation begets limitless opportunity.
Great. So, Texas State, you killed it. Thank you very much. And we're going to go on about a 10-minute break now. We'll be back at the top of the hour with Western Michigan University. So if any of you want to follow that, go on to the YouTube channel, and Collegiate Jazz Festival. We'll be there with all our clinicians. And thank you all very much for being part of this today.
If I can just butt in right quick, thank you so much to the clinicians for your comments. Really valuable stuff. I wrote everything down, including the comments about, the director having a little bit more life. So I'll do my best. Anyway, this was a really great opportunity for the band, and we really appreciate it. So enjoy the rest of the festival.
Okay. Thank you all very much. Okay, and welcome back to the Collegiate Jazz Festival, or welcome for the first time if you're just tuning in right now. We're about to hear Western Michigan University's Little Big Band, directed by Scott Cowan. We have a wonderful panel of clinicians today: John Clayton, Tia Fuller, Terell Stafford, Gerald Clayton, and Matt Wilson. And I'm just going to share my screen right now. Where is it? Here it is. This is the playlist for Western Michigan University's group. So they're going to play Five, the Bill Evans song, arranged by Chuck Israels. Then Duke Ellington's Tourist Point of View, Speak Low, another Chuck Israels arrangement, and Simtree by Muhal Richard Abrams. So all this directed by Scott Cowan. It's going to be a wonderful set. We're looking forward to it. And so I'm going to turn it back over to Notre Dame Studios. And in just a few seconds, you're going to see Western Michigan University's Little Big Band. Northwestern Michigan University Little Big Band, directed by Dr. Scott Cowan. Thank you for a very exciting performance. And now we're going to turn it over to our wonderful clinicians, John Clayton, Tia Fuller, Terell Stafford, Gerald Clayton, and Matt Wilson. So John Clayton, take it over.
Way wiping off my face. It's killing me, man. I think yeah, I'm gonna get a new doctor because I'm a home. That was just spectacular. Where to start? Just a reminder, all things that we adding to what you do already. It's not a question of, no good stuff, only what we want to add to.
John, I'm gonna interrupt for a second
Wrote down.
because you're breaking up again. And our technician said he suggested you might want to restart your computer, see if that helps, and then log in again and rejoin us. It was good on the last session, now not so much. So maybe one of the other clinicians would like to jump in for a little bit. Terell, you're unmuted. Do you want to say a few things? And now I'm not hearing anybody.
Are you hearing me? Are you hearing Jared?
Matt, I heard you for a second.
Okay.
Check 1, 2, 1,
Can hear
2.
you, Matt.
Terell, stays. If not, we'll go.
Go.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah, go ahead. I just wondered.
I guess it's an internet disease that's going around. Great job, everybody. Good to see you, Scott. I'll tell you, I'm just blown away. I'm in awe for years. I love the programming. So bravo to you, Scott, for your leadership on that. Some things that I really loved. I love on the arrangement of 5. I love the trumpet, Barry. The way they phrased everything so tightly. Every inflection was just really, really great. Phrasing of the saxophone was great. Just for the guitarist, I mean, I'm just nitpicking now, so forgive me if this sounds too much, but it would be great when the guitarist joined the sax solely to figure out how to articulate the same way the saxophones were doing. That would be a really cool thing. And the reason I say that is because I just had this conversation with Mike Moreno, and we were having a conversation about articulation. And I asked him, I said, your articulation sounds really familiar. Where did you derive from your concept of articulation? He goes, Freddie Hubbard. I articulate just like trumpet players. So I find that really interesting. We can choose different ways to articulate. So that would be just a thought to the guitarist on that part of the solo. God bless the trombone player who had to play that double tongue. Lord have mercy. I can't even talk after that. I was like, God, that was killing. That was great. Oh my goodness, that was great. I love the tenor saxophonist. Let's see, Peter. Peter is a man. Peter's a man of patience. I love the solo Peter took on Speak Low. I mean, to me, a sign of maturity is tell your story. I felt like I could follow your story. I felt like it was clear. I felt like it was honest. I felt like it was a really, really, really beautiful thing. I wanted to go back quickly, the tourist point of view. So I think the trumpets had plungers on that. Were they using plungers, Scott, or were they using hands? Yeah. And I kept seeing you wanting to get more from them. So my challenge to the trumpet players is when you want to do inflections on the plunger, the position of the plunger that provides most inflection is position number 1, which is the closed position. As long as you have a hole in your plunger, you can build an unbelievable amount of compression to provide intensity with the plunger. And there's other tricks that you can do outside of that, with falls and growls and gruffs. But there's things that we can do with plunger technique to provide that energy that I saw Scott pulling, wanting to get and not quite getting the sound. So that could come from compression. And maybe we could talk about that, later in our master class. And also the last thing I just want to share in the last piece that you played, I love the free playing. And I can say that now because of Matt Wilson. Before I met with Matt, only free playing I did was not getting paid on a gig. But when I started playing with Matt, I had to play free, and I didn't know how to play free. I'm just like this bebop kind of dude coming to play free. And so Larry Goldings, God bless him, he comes to me, he goes, can I be honest with you? And I said, sure. He goes, you suck at playing free. I said, oh, thanks. I love you too. So he said to me, he goes, I have 2 things for you. He goes, I want you to go check out Don Cherry more. And I want you to check out this record called Swinging on the Town. And I said, Swinging on the Town? What's that? He goes, that's Roy Eldridge. And he goes, I want you to check out these 2 records for one thing. When we play free, we can play melodies. Melodies are part of playing free. And if you're playing free with someone else, the quickest thing to provide a duo or even a trio setting is to provide melody. People can latch on to melody then more than they can to abstract ideas. You got to start somewhere. So that would be my suggestion that Larry pointed to me. Check out some Don Cherry. I love the melodies he plays, and go check out this record, Swinging on the Town. I mean, Roy Eldridge, when it comes to melody, he pointed me in that direction to enhance my free playing. So I pass that on to you, not to saying that what is great, but I think that could benefit you. So bravo to everybody. Thank you, Scott.
Fantastic. I think the one of the elements that Terell brought up that I think is important is articulations and blending between breath and non-breath instruments. So I think it's really good to get together with tenor saxophone and drums and articulate together, piano and trumpet. I think one of the great things for a great relationship for us to study in that regard of some folks that are living is the way John Scofield and Joe Lovano play together. John thinks, I think, very like a horn player, et cetera, et cetera. So I think that's something that would take. I'm just trying to think of things that would take this to the next level of ideas. One of my greatest things of thrills about a lot of this is seeing our relationships in music, And so I look at Scott. Scott and I met in 1980 at the Western Illinois University Jazz Camp. And I was trying to find the record right before we started. We play Heats On. I don't know. It was crazy. Then I'm on the screen with John and Gerald, and I've known, I don't know, Gerald was maybe 13, 14 the first time I met him. And then I see Peter Formanek on the screen, and he's Michael Formanek's son. And I just played on this Freddie Red record that just came out with his father. So there's this legacy of people, it's exciting to see. And I know Tia's father. I played with Tia's father, Fred Fuller, years ago in Denver. So I think it's just so great that and Jeff, one of the great things that John talks about in this music is family. And so we're already like automatically on this screen right here. Terell and I are, he's one of, my kids' uncle, basically, So, it's family aspect of it. So I think this is what's going to take it to the next level is keep these relationships together, and exploring like this. Man, Chuck Israel's writing. Wow. What I know the National Jazz Orchestra, but wow. That's pretty deep. Bass player's writing. No, I'm just no. But it's great. And thank you for tourist point of view, every time I hear that opening Barry line, it's just such, I mean, that whole record, The Far East Suite for me, Mount Harissa, Blue Pepper, Far East of the Blues, man, you know, it's just, wow. Isfahan, you know, the whole record, right? So I mean, it just, but one of my, I've been blessed to be in a lot of great settings, you know, and one of the things I got to do one time, and I kept it, is I have a check for a performance from the AACM organization. I was playing with Marty Ehrlich, and it's signed by Muhal Richard Abrams. And Muhal was such a sweet gentleman, and what a brilliant mind. And so it's great to see, you know, some other areas explored like this. So bravo. And that's it. That's all I have to say. But just keep checking these things out. And one last question: is it a little big band, or is it a big little band? Okay, sorry. Okay, John, or Gerald, or whatever. But thank you, Scott. Thank you, guys. Yeah, beautiful performance.
Ooh, yeah, Matt. Just gonna ruminate on that
Great
one.
to see the cats.
That was killing. Hey, you guys, that was so good. Thank you so much for that beautiful performance. Man, Scott, so great. Just the repertoire you're playing, and you know, everything you're bringing out of these cats, and all you guys, you know, playing just so great. There's really not a whole lot to say in terms of, you know, put your hand here and put your foot there and do this and do that, because you guys are so far along in the journey already. It's that thing of like, ain't nothing to it but to do it and just continue doing it. So now you're at the level where it's I mean, we're always sort of responsible for ourselves, but especially you all, you're really at the level where the onus is on you. You know, it's the ball's in your court, to hold yourselves to an even higher standard musically, to enter every chance you get, every time you guys play this material and the next material playing, thinking about what is the music asking for, of me individually, but also as a collective. And am I getting there? Are we getting there? What can we do to get there even more? A lot of those answers, as you already know, because I can tell because you all have been checking out the music, is in the music, you know, just by going to the recordings and really thoroughly investigating them and developing your own personal understanding, your own personal relationship with the music. That's the kind of thing that takes us to the next level. One of the, maybe, I guess you could call it a challenge, one of the challenges of expressing yourself within a language, a tradition that is so strong and so crystallized, you know, is that feeling of like, well, am I just doing the choreography in order to sort of match the vibe of this great music that I'm checking out, or is there room for me myself inside of this? You know, I don't think it's necessarily the most important question, because you know, you take our egos out of it and we're serving the music, and that's definitely the most important. But you all are at a level where you can start to personalize all of what you're doing. Not that I don't feel that you're not already, but maybe even just more, really like feeling the freedom to maybe take chances where you wouldn't before and try some things. You know, I love on the Duke Ellington piece, that openness that you mean to the solo section, but you know, maybe put your hat on and throw a couple jabs in there. You know, he almost in that the foundation of what Monk took and ran with, right? Like, sort of the way I see the music is that it's like Matt's talking about, it's a family, it's a social music. And depending on the party, your role at that event might change. You know, sometimes you go to a party and somebody else has got the mic and you just listen and you just support them by listening and saying, yeah, okay, right on, talk about it, you know? And in other parties, maybe the direction the conversation is going down a wormhole and you could kind of step in and add a little rub and say, I'm not so sure about that. I strongly disagree. Sorry to interrupt, but you're not even seeing this, whatever, whatever that translates to musically. These are things that you kind of have to try on. It's just something, ain't nothing to it but to do. You just have to go for things. But I think you all are at the level where you can always be asking about that. Like, what is the music asking of you? And I'm not hearing any autopilot, but if you internally feel any hints at that, where you sort of feel like, okay, well, now I'm just doing the regular thing and not thinking about it, try to slap yourself out of it and get back into listening to what's being contributed to the music and how you can connect to that and how you can add to that, how you can shake things up, or go along with that. You all are playing so good. It's really like the gig for me and for us is just to be your cheerleaders and say, yeah, rah, 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 keep going. So thank you for that. Thanks for the wonderful performance.
Yeah, I hope that my internet won't be won't be wonky again. I can't predict, but I started out by saying that I had to find a way of wiping the smile off my face because you guys just made me feel so good. I was just from the first tune, I was like, damn, this is so good. So I really appreciate that you guys are serious enough about this music that you bring it to that place, bring it to that level. And I was also trying to say before everything kind of went out that I'm going to change doctors from now on. I'm going to get my meds from Dr. Cohen. Because, man, you are just prescribing the exact stuff we need. Bravo. Thank you for that, man. Things to add to what we're doing, and that's all it's about, truly. I think that when we play, like when you guys are trading, think of picking up off of where the person before you was leaving it off. Take something from that person, and then when you're done, pass it on to the person after you. If you don't do that, then you have this vibe where it's like, okay, I play my 4 bars, da 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 da, done. Now it's your turn, da 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 da, now done. Now it's your turn. And it doesn't have this. We've been talking about cohesiveness. It doesn't kind of bind together if you don't do that. So, but yeah, it's all there. The detail, the focus on detail, accuracy. I really appreciated that. The swing, the fun, the energy. Great. By the way, I love the placement of the bass to the drums. The way you guys set up, that's totally my favorite way to have the bass player. For me to stand behind the drummer's left shoulder, I love that because then my sound is going directly in his left ear. It's not impeded by a ride cymbal. If I stand on the other side of the drums, my sound has to go through his right ride cymbal before it gets to his ear. But here it's all that open space that we can connect with. Also, I'm in a large ensemble setting, I'm closer to the band that way instead of having me in the crook of the piano or whatever. Now I'm closer. I'm like the fifth trumpet player or whatever in that sort of typical big band setup. So now I'm closer to the band as the bass player. I'm closer to the horns. And the drums, if you set up with the drums, like going back to the typical big band setup, the drums are on the same row as the trombones. Now the drums are really kind of centered more in the middle of the band instead of being too far back, and therefore the band connects easier with the drums, with the drum sound. The drummer doesn't have to project his or her sound as far to the band because now he's in the middle of the band more, and by taking the bass player out of the crook of the piano and putting him where over the drummer's left shoulder, you can move the piano closer to the drums, and that open lid. Then now everything you got the rhythm section as a really tight unit that way. I love, by the way, bass player, bass bro, lovely bass sound, really gorgeous, So if we have to use pickups, we want the pickup to reflect our acoustic sound as much as possible in most cases. And I think you really did that. So now the only thing I have to add to what has been said is kind of pick up on what Gerald was talking about. I think it's time for you guys, Dr. Cohen included, to really figure out what is the next level. You're doing this so great, you don't want to just like live here. What's the next level, individually and as an ensemble? I don't mean especially harder music, whatever that means, but whatever that next level, whatever the music that you are at the moment not touching, now's the time to touch it. It could be just an array of things. You have to go and figure it out on your own. Maybe some of you are this far away from composing and arranging. Okay, do it. You're there. So I think you guys sound so wonderful that I don't want that that vibe, that level to be a comfort zone. I want us to be comfortable, but I don't want us to just kind of relax and rest on our laurels. I want us to. So it's time for everybody to do that individually and as a band. Since we have a couple of minutes left over, I thought we'd open it up for any kind of questions that you guys have for us. Dr. Cohen, any of the students, we're here for you. So just fire away.
Students, got some questions? Fire them away up. Josiah's got something.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you all so much for taking the time to give feedback and listen. This is really, really helpful. I had a question for all the rhythm section players, but especially for Mr. Wilson. How has your approach changed when playing in a big band versus playing in a small ensemble, especially in regards to like comping and accompanying a band versus maybe just accompanying like a soloist? I'm just curious if there's been any like intentional shifts in thought, or if it's just mostly something you pick up from listening to more big band drummers, like Sonny Greer, Sonny Payne, those kind of musicians. Just curious about that.
Thank you, and Josiah, you sounded great. I did not mean not to mention earlier, but really, and nice ride cymbal melody, and nice blend with the bass. One of my dearest friends and mentors is Jeff Hamilton, and so he has been a big influence on me as far. But I've done a lot of listening, and one of the things I'm interested in is dialect, of different aspects of things. So, for example, the great legacy of Duke Ellington drummers, Sonny Greer, Sam Woodyard, Rufus Speedy Jones is on the Far East Suite, right? All the different bassy drummers, we have the ones that we see, that are great too. I'm not saying that Sonny Payne, all that, but we have the Gus Johnsons and the Harold Jones. We want to study that dialect of it. Of course, the Mel Lewis is a great influence, and a lot of other people that I've been finding too, So I don't really separate the two. The rhythm section and we're serving the song in either setting, right? And so, and I like large ensemble I like the small group feeling within a large ensemble, quite a bit. And so that's what, like the Clayton Hamilton band, for example, the way Jeff approaches that band, I think is fantastic. And so that's one of the ways. But I think about dialect a lot. I think about, and I want to serving the music is giving it, is giving it that authenticity to that vibe for that music, and I think that's something, and I do that because I'm interested in it. I'm not doing it because, I have to do it. I'm interested in doing that, and then I think when I get to other situations where it's more open, or you can put your own thing on that too. We know it's Jeff. We know it's whomever. I like the way Dennis McCrell plays with a large ensemble. I love the way Danny Gottlieb plays with a large ensemble. There's a lot of great people that do that. Jim Rupp in Ohio, and I love the way Lewis Nash. I've heard Lewis Nash with Gerald Wilson's big band one time, just blew me away. So there's just a lot of different ways to approach it. So I just think about that. Just study them and immerse yourself. I've been really into Harold Jones lately. I've been showing this all day because it's so great. But I got this book of analyzing Harold Jones. I've been listening to these and checking them out. It's really great, and he's so funny and so beautiful that it's great to have that connection. So one thing I was going to say to you, the only thing we'll talk about rhythm section is I'd open up your hinges a little bit. I think that's going to give you more ways. I think you have a way, but I think you got to have more ways. And I think the physical aspect is going to give you more ways. That's one thing I was going to say,
Yeah.
So, okay, great. Thank
And
you.
if I can add to that too, Josiah, everybody, but just talking about drummers right now, one of the things that I really appreciate about Matt's playing, Jeff Hamilton's playing, Mel's, all the people that I've heard, that younger people don't realize is their sound. So if you could have heard Mel Lewis live, you would have heard a sound that was full. If you hear Matt Wilson live, you hear a sound that's full. Jeff Hamilton live, it's a sound that's full. And unfortunately, depending on the record, the recording and the mix, you don't really get a full sense of what their sound is that they're producing. So whenever you can, let that be a part of what you focus on, how their sounds affect the band. And the other thing too is for all of us, which I think you guys are doing, which may be a challenge right now in this COVID times, but blend your sound. People are always talking about the bass and drum hookup, which we all know is really crucial. But one of the things that I explored with Jeff Hamilton that I ended up doing with every drummer is figuring out how my sound could blend with whatever drummer I'm playing with. So that may be something that you and your bass friends can now get into. Just so, we're open, we're servicing the music, but how can I need to adjust my sound in a way that's going to make the bass sound better, and vice versa. Bass players, I'm going to play as a bass player, I might end up digging in more. I might sort of chill, or I might have my hand a little higher or a little lower, just because I'm trying to find that beautiful blend with the drummer. So anyway.
I'm happy to throw in a comment, but I'm also happy to open up to another question, because everything that's been said to me feels right in there. Are there any other questions or things that we want to rap about? Anybody?
I think we're about out of time.
Out of time. Cool. Yeah, I mean, the only thing I was going to add to that was just that, like, it's not a drastic shift of method from situation to situation. Essentially, we're doing the same thing regardless of who's on stage, right? We're just trying to keep our ears open to the situation. But one thing to kind of dig and think about is that, even if you're playing in a duo, there's an orchestra in the ether, and it's a matter of trying to maybe find a way to tap into that. It doesn't necessarily mean having to play really loud all the time, but it's there, and the listener can feel it if you're tapping into it. And it goes the other way too. If you're playing in a big band, there's also the capacity to make all of that ensemble feel as tiny as a duo. So it's all about sort of tapping into that thing. Yeah.
Thank you all very, very much.
You're muted, Larry. Larry, you're muted.
There we go.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, I just wanted to thank you all, Western Michigan University. You guys killed it. Dr. Cowan, thank you very much. And as always, thanks to our wonderful clinicians for some great insights. So we'll wrap this up now. I hope all of you from Western Michigan come back, at 6 o'clock and 7 o'clock for the clinics with these guys, where they can go into a lot more detail. So we'll see you then, and be good. Thanks a lot. And we'd like to welcome all of you who are watching to the 63rd Annual Collegiate Jazz Festival. This event started at Notre Dame in 1959, and we've had marvelous clinicians and judges over the years, and we have a stellar set of them today, brought together by John Clayton, who is leading them, including his son, Gerald Clayton, tremendous pianist, Tia Fuller, Terell Stafford, Matt Wilson. And now it's time for Michigan State University's Jazz Orchestra. For those of you watching, I'm just going to share my screen for a second. They have a relatively short program, but some really good stuff. Burke's Works, the Dizzy Gillespie song, of course, arranged by Michael Philip Mossman. Everybody's favorite song, Kids Are Pretty People by Thad Jones. And then a wonderful vocal on the song, I'm Gonna Live Till I Die, arranged by John Clayton. John, I forgot, who did you, Queen Latifah, I think you did this arrangement for originally. So, so with that, I'm going to stop sharing my screen and we're going to go ahead, and in a couple seconds, you will see Michigan State University's Jazz Orchestra. Here they go.
gonna live till I die. I'm gonna laugh instead of cry. I'm gonna take the town and turn it upside down. I'm gonna live, live, live till I die. They're gonna say, what a guy. I'm gonna play for the sky. Ain't gonna miss a thing. I'm gonna have my fling. I'm gonna live, live, live till I die. The blues will lay low. I'll make them stay low. They'll never trail over my head. I'll be a devil till I'm an angel, but until then, hallelujah, gonna dance, gonna fly. I'll take a chance, riding high. Before my number's up, I'm gonna fill my cup. I'm gonna live, live, live until I die. The blues will lay low, I'll make them stay low. They'll never trail over my head. I'll be a devil till I'm an angel, but until then, hallelujah, gonna dance, gonna fly. I'll take a chance, riding high. Before my number's up, I'm gonna fill my cup. I'm gonna live, live, live till I die.
All right, so that was Michigan State University's Jazz Orchestra #1, directed by Rodney Whitaker. Marvelous program. Right now, we're not seeing either any of the people from Michigan State online with us. But we'd like the clinicians to make some comments anyway. It may be that I know they're in the middle of end of semester and final exams and recitals and stuff like that. So maybe they were just tied up and couldn't join us live, but they certainly will get your comment, your written comments, and they'll be able to view this video later on if they wish to. So let's make some comments if you wish to for a while. And perhaps we can end this session a little bit earlier so you have more of a break before we get to the bigger clinics later on. So, oh no, I'm sorry. We've got another group after this, but okay. So I'll turn it over to our clinicians, Matt Wilson, Gerald Clayton, Terell Stafford, and John Clayton.
Sounds good. So I wanted to share, by the way, I just texted Rodney Whitaker. He didn't get back to me, so I think you're right. They're probably in the middle of classes and into semester stuff. While on Saturday, I don't know. Anyway, so I wrote down some things I wanted to share with the band, which just sounded so great. On Burke's Works, I wrote down great groove and great intro, man. It just, you guys approach it like take no prisoners, and I love it. I was gonna say, see what happens if you do the offbeat accents, still detached but fatter. Instead of dot 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 dot. You know, I think that. See what you think if you experiment with that. The other thing on the Thad Jones on Kids, lovely ensemble sounds, a lovely ensemble sound. I wrote down the tenors can tighten up their unison melody in the beginning. There's one that ensemble section just before the trombone solo. It almost feels like a two feel. I'm trying to remember if the bass is in two. But anyway, I suggest seeing what happens if you guys make that a little more relaxed and sexier without dragging leading into that trombone solo. And the trombone solo, even though it's a double time feel, you can relax, sit right in the middle of the groove. You don't have to lean on that. And a couple of thoughts on Live Till You Die. Great performance. Thank you. I'm honored that you did the arrangement. To the vocalist, go ahead and memorize the lyrics. You don't want to read these lyrics. It'll free you up. It'll free you up to tell the story. You could, and definitely feel free physically. If you want to move your hands and throw them up and do whatever, I want you to just do your thing. Don't feel confined. And also, I would end the opening chorus big vocally, instead of bringing it down like you did, end big. It's kind of like that's the climactic part of that section of the piece. And the cool thing is that by doing that, and I knew that Queen Latifah would do that, it allowed me then to write a really big, more exciting kind of shout chorus or ensemble for all the horns. So what you'll be doing is you'll be setting up the horns if you end big. When you end soft, then it feels a little detached from that. I would also say add more intensity to your scat solo. Like the rhythm sections do, so your scat can just climb on in there. It's you can do what you want with how you lay it back or volume. That's all up to you. But the intensity needs to match their intensity. And you probably, after the drum solo, when the trumpet comes in with, I think it's I think that's what happens there. Anyway, he is in his upper register, and your drum solo can help with his accuracy. If you build in intensity and crescendo into that, then the trumpet player is going to feel, they're going to ride your intensity and they're going to ride your crescendo. So when they get ready to play, bam, it'll feel like he's just an extension of what you've done. So those are just a couple things I wanted to add. Great performance, you guys. Really, really enjoyed it. Thank you.
I can jump in. Yeah, great performance. I love the first thing I wrote is like, I love the spirit. I could feel the spirit of the music come through my little laptop here. So I appreciate that. And I thought the transitions from the different styles or different feels was really great. One thing I could say though, for the trumpet soloists who had to solo coming from Latin into swing, Latin music has this excitement to it. And sometimes when we try to go from Latin into swing, we feel like as a soloist, sometimes we have to provide that same excitement going into that solo section. And we really don't have to, we don't have to keep that energy up, because if we try to, we won't have anywhere to go. We're playing, so much energy. And so we want to figure out ways how to pace ourselves and pace the music. And then speaking about pacing ourselves, the way that you recorded, bravo, during this pandemic, the hardest thing to do is to record as you did, separate rooms together, headphones, et cetera, et cetera. The thing that's going to be required for everyone is the level of communication prior to recording. It's just not enough for your director or conductor to provide you information. You're going to have to take that information in sectionals and really work on it, even though you're not playing. The lead trumpet player can make a recording of how you want things phrased and disseminate that to your section. Same thing with other folks, so that the cutoffs and attacks could have the same concept behind them. So that takes me to Kids Are Pretty People. So the tenors, one of the things that I think is safe for tenors on that melody is not to use vibrato, and that was the first thing I heard, two different styles of vibrato, which were not agreeing with one another. And then the other thing was just back to that communication things about attacks and cutoffs. When do we want to end the note? We were ending the notes not together. And again, it's hard to do in that kind of setting, but just thinking about that. For the trumpet player on that intro part of it, to think about just flourishes. It doesn't have to be a solo, the melodies going on. So throw out some flourishes, throw out some ideas. And at the end, it may not say it, but Thad's concept at the end of Kids Are Pretty People is a plunger solo, actually. And it's the plunger solo should emulate like a kid, so that's the concept. It should be very playful at the end with this plunger solo, just to give you something to think about. For the trombonist, and the solo, it was a great solo. Again, realizing where your solo starts and where it ends, knowing that you have a background. The background should be part of your solo. Don't just play against the background. People like John Clayton, people like Thad Jones, they write backgrounds with intent. And if you learn the background and how it relates to your solo, then you could use the background to build your solo, just don't ignore it. Just don't play over it. There's a purpose for the background to use that. And that for the vocal number, I thought it was great. Again, in this scenario, just communication on cutoffs and attacks, how we want to do certain things, how we want to do a fall, how we want to do, and realizing where we want to place our beat with the drummer. But the spirit was there. I mean, bravo to everyone, bravo to making incredible music during this crazy time and the way you did it. So thank you.
Yeah, y'all. Wonderful, wonderful performance. I really, really enjoyed listening to that. Thank you so much. Really piggybacking on what my dad and Terell said. I feel like the gig for me, for us, is to just try to encourage you all to give us even more. It's really great to hear that you've already kind of dug into this music and are really comfortable with these charts. It doesn't sound like you're struggling with any of the material. You're definitely on the level and executing them pretty well. So now it's kind of up to you to say, well, how can we make all of these parts even better? And that really requires a thorough investigation of the music, going to the records, and listening for all of the nuances, trying to find all the answers to the questions of what's happening here. And that really means like every little part. So not just the ensemble figure that you have, but what about the transition into that ensemble figure? What about the transition out? What about the intensity and the attitude and the emotion in those ensemble figures, and really feeling those, really like serving that and honoring that and taking that on. And not only in the written parts, but also when it's just time, when it's just changes and solo sections, those tend to be those moments where if we're not careful, we kind of go into autopilot. You know, we end up just sort of sounding like we're just playing changes and waiting for the next part of the chart to come. But we want to actually have that intensity that we just created in this big ensemble figure. You know, it still exists, even if we change up the feel altogether. We really, the listener can get the sense that there is an energy shift, and you all just have to really like commit yourselves to honoring all that in the charts. And you all are at the level where that's you're ready for that. So it's as I said, it's kind of the onus is on you to try to lift that level. As far as little details, I you know, you'll see the notes I took. I think on that montuno, I was going to say to my piano sister, on that montuno, it's really great. You have a really wonderful natural groove and feel. So what I would say is feel free to experiment with kind of expanding on that montuno, that you don't have to feel sort of handcuffed to play that one figure. The way that those montunos work inside of a clave is that the two side, the one, to get, we have the two side and the three side. And on the two side, you want to play a downbeat on the beginning of those four beats. Gagadi donkin, and on the three side, you want to anticipate it. Gagadi gonkin, 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 tatake gonkin, gon. So as long as you're sort of sticking to that as the basic rule, really like digging into the clave, feel free to kind of mix it up a bit. So that was just one of the little things. Terell mentioned listening to the backgrounds. I definitely wrote that down as well. I think it's really hip if you sort of include all the things that are happening in the music in your expression. But all in all, you all sound really great, and I was just, you know, enjoying it, sitting back, enjoying the performance. So thanks so much.
Yeah, my colleagues have offered so much. What I have to say is that I love the spirit of performance. I watched this video the other day. I watched these videos the other day, and I watched them. I visited again this morning, and before the performance, and I watch people. You know, I watch the way they offer their sounds, and so I wrote Sequoia. This is the pianist. Her posture, just the way she's welcoming the sound, and the way she didn't have a solo, but I gave her. I put a citation for her because I thought she really lifted the proceedings a lot of the times with just the way her body language of offering the time was. So that's something we can think about, I think. The other things I thought about was nice was where there were some really great opening salutations of the solos. Something Terell talks about. Like Sam's first entrance, the tenor soloist on Burke's work, was nice to have that. Wow, we had, you know, came out of that energy. It was like this. Hugh Downs is this guitar soloist, and I like the way he plays the string. You know what I mean? We heard the percussive aspect of the guitar, so I thought that was nice. You know, so my whole thing was what we've been talking about. It was what John has been asking of bands all day: is how do we take this to the next level? You know, I would hope that you guys would take this kind of these attention to details that you've put into the ensemble aspect of things into your playing as in everything that you do. You know, I learned something a few years ago as a band leader, you know, where we had some new music before a concert in Europe, and if I would have taken 10 more minutes to go over the music and get these little details, it was this, but it would have gone this. So I've learned, like, wow, I've I've sat at rehearsals with older musicians that want to get these details right, and I'm thinking, you dig? So if we take this to your individual group performances, so it's not almost, so that's not just, it's not, we're not just playing the changes. We're bringing it alive, And I think what you guys could do in a rehearsal aspect of the stuff is do some extremes. Take these areas of these tunes just as a workshop aspect of things that are big and play them super small, and find out what that side of it is. Maybe some stuff where it's small and playing big, and get that side of it. Just now that you've got this, like, wow, why not explore things even more and find out, wow, how can we get into these details aspect of this even more? Each drummer sounded to me really great. Their sound with the bass was really cool. I was thinking about Kids Are Pretty People and Consummation, that great record. Richard Davis on all that, it's just, still mind-boggling to me. It's just so beautiful. He turned 91 this week, So just that chemistry alone, that freedom that he had within that band was so beautiful. So yeah, I guess one of the things I'd like to see it have is just, I'd like to just get a little fringier on some side, on the side sometimes, just a little fringier. I know we're dealing with headphones and pandemic and everything like that. I also like seeing all these individual rooms, and I didn't mean to laugh at the beginning, but I laugh every time I saw the saxophone players in their room and they have the looks like the digestive system or something up on the wall. I thought it was, I'm easily amused, but anyway, but it was great, and I'm inspired, just to hear the dedication. So thank you. And three different drummers, 3 different bassists. Wow.
And all killing.
Yeah, you guys are all like ready to go, so thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Rodney. Beautiful.
Thank you, Rodney.
Okay, thank you, clinicians, and we'll see that Rodney and his group gets all of this, because this is good stuff. So we have a break now, and in about 20 minutes, we'll be up to the top of the next hour with Columbia College Chicago Fusion Ensemble. The clinicians should know, I don't know if John, you happened to be at CJF that year, but one of the earlier CJFs where Ray Brown was one of the clinicians, all the music was kind of straight ahead swing. And then I forget which group it was. It might've been from Indiana University. Was it Randy Samke? I'm not sure, but came in, they did a fusion set. And then the judges, at that time it was competitive. They were trying to decide which was the best group. And Ray Brown was like, no, we don't like fusion. But I forget that they got some awards or something, but yeah, but now we embrace that, of course, as jazz does as a whole. So we'll hear Chicago doing some of that stuff in a few minutes. So we'll see you all then. Thanks very much. And welcome again to Notre Dame's 63rd Annual Collegiate Jazz Festival. If you're just joining us now, we've had some wonderful performances and still more to come up. So first of all, I would say we have been joined all day today by some world-class musicians who are clinicians. John Clayton, who plays string bass and leads the Clayton Hamilton Jazz Orchestra and is a great composer and arranger, has put together this wonderful panel that includes Tia Fuller, who plays alto sax, Terell Stafford, trumpet player, Gerald Clayton, who is John's son, amazing pianist, and Matt Wilson on drums. Typically, we've had about 4 of the clinicians live with each group, but all 5 will actually submit written comments for you to see. And I want to, for everybody who's watching, I'm going to share my screen for, this is Columbia College's Fusion Ensemble playlist. So they're going to play Beale Street, which is a student composition by guitarist Justin Blanner, yay. And Getting There, another student composition by Parker Kaplan, who is their bass player. Endangered Species by Wayne Shorter, and Protocosmos by Alan Pasqua, who himself is, of course, a fine pianist. So with that said, we're going to go ahead and give them about 15 or 20 seconds, and Notre Dame Studios will roll the video, and we'll get to watch Columbia College of Chicago's Fusion Ensemble, directed by Bill Boris. Here they come. All right, the Columbia College Fusion Ensemble. Professor Bill Boris and your group, we enjoyed that very much. And now we're going to turn it over to our wonderful clinicians, starting out with John Clayton, and we've got Tia Fuller, Terell Stafford, Gerald Clayton, and is Matt Wilson with us on this session?
Yes, he is.
He is, okay, yeah. So we've got all 5 clinicians here. So let's hear what you have to say. Great.
Great performance, you guys. Thank you for that. I want to just mention some things that you would consider adding to who you are and what you're doing. You know, it's not. I don't like to use the word criticism because it's usually sounds. It automatically takes us to a negative place, right? And I definitely don't mean that. We artists, we are always looking to what we can add to who we are without the negativity, because it's about growing and about moving on from where we are. So that's the vibe. Please understand that. Thank you so much for that. The original compositions. Yay. I love that you guys are writing. That is such an uplift. On Beale Street, I just made a couple of notes. Really nice melody line. A really beautiful melodic piano solo on that one. Thank you for that. And let's see. Also, I wanted to, Rin, you know, I don't know if there was on this tune, I don't know if there was a need for so many crashes. You know, you might just see what happens if accents are cool. Accents are wonderful, you know. But a crash, that's to me, a crash is an event. It's like, you know, time for that. It's like eyes open, come on, let's go. You know, that's what a crash kind of dictates to me. And if that becomes your norm, pretty soon it doesn't have the effectiveness that I think you want a crash to have. So just experiment. See what happens if instead of the crash, you give us a nice cymbal accent or something else. So that was also I was going to say to the bass player, you might now that you know the tune really well, just experiment with a bass line that still supports the band, but is a little bit more melodic. You know, so instead of just roots and fifths, you know, if I'm ever, I might want to go instead of just boom, bing, boom, getting, not that that's this tune, but you know, I might go boom, bing, doo, ding, ding, boom, gang, ding, dong, ging, dong, ging, doo, doo, da, da, dee, da, doo, doo, doo. You know what I mean? It becomes more of a melodic line, still supporting the band as a bass player, which we have to do. So yeah, you might consider that, Parker. Also, also want to share with you guys, getting there. And I really like that you guys have a vocal line. You know, Kayla, great job on all these tunes. I love that you have a vocal line with the melodies, and it has I feel like it's your sound, it's your color, it's like the sound of your band, which is really cool. I think the composers and the arrangers need to think about the people that you're writing for. We got to know what their strong traits are and where they feel and sound the best, and then we have to write for that. So you don't want to just write a tune and say, oh, here's a tune, can you sing this? No. If you know that you have this awesome singer, Kayla, with you, then you got to go, man, I wrote this for you, right? I had you in mind when I wrote this. And you'll find that your compositions always have a little more depth to them, because when you give it to the people that are playing it, they're going to breathe life into it from their instruments, and they're going to take it to a different level than you can even imagine in your ears. And that's the beauty of composition and arranging. There were sections in Endangered that I thought could really be funkier, and I leave it up to you guys. If you agree with me, I leave it up to you to figure out how. How do you make something funkier? What's the bass direction on this particular groove, on this particular tune that will allow the bass line to be funkier, the bass groove to be funkier? Definitely the drums. Ren, what could you do? Should maybe on top, maybe hi-hat, maybe a bass line that goes along with the bass drum. There's so many things. So, and you don't have to come up with those answers yourself. Instead, you go to the hip, great recordings that represent funky to you, and you analyze them and go, okay, I got it. Let me try some of that on this tune. So you don't have to like come up with it yourself entirely. You can use models that you get from checking stuff out and transcribing everything. Also on Endangered, I really love that, like, you guys are taking command. That was really awesome. On Protocosmos, I just made a little note. Kayla, once again, thanks for your energy. You're not the kind of person who like sings and then just sits back and thinks about, oh, I wonder what text messages I got on my phone. You are into it the whole time, and you're letting your body reflect the groove and the vibe. That's awesome, because people give energy, and that energy that you are not shy about displaying is communicated through to the musicians. I'm not even talking about the audience. The audience is always going to get it. They're going to be there, but we have to communicate and create amongst ourselves, and then we present that to the audience. I personally, I don't play for the audience. I play for the sake of the music with my friends, and I present it to the audience. Because if you have an audience always like trying to dictate what you're going to do, the next thing you know, you're doing it for the audience the whole time. And hey, what about my friends here? Right? So no, it's the music first. And then second is me working with my friends to uplift the music. Right? And we present that to the audience. Anyway, Ren, I want you to experiment. And this is not just for you, everybody, but definitely you. Experiment with energy and intensity and volume. Right? And mix those things up, man. See what happens if you get like an incredibly intense energy with varied volumes, like a whispering volume or a medium volume or a killing volume. Where I don't like the word loud. I like full. I love drums, man. I love full drums. You don't have to play them loud, but sometimes I want it full. So experiment with all that. There was a band called Stuff. You might check it out on some recordings. And I got to hear them, I think it was in the 80s. I got to hear them, man, and they would be in this small club uptown in New York. And this small club, the band had two drummers, Chris Parker and Steve Gadd, playing together at the same time. And man, you talk about a groove, and it would be whispering. Two drummers playing together, playing simultaneously, whispering. But the groove was so bad, everybody in the room was rocking. And they were rocking just because of the groove and the intensity. The volume didn't matter because they could get full volume too, right? So I want you now to start experimenting with that and see what you can do. Same thing, Parker, same thing. Chuck Rainey was in that band. Chuck Rainey's volume was always under. He never slammed you in the face with his volume. So experiment with that. We'll see what happens if you turn your volume down a little softer. Can you get the same kind of groove and intensity? So anyway, just wanted to mention those things. Thank you for great performances. Brooke, your solos, I didn't mention it, but your solos were really, really gorgeous. So melodic, and creative. Just everybody. I enjoyed people that I didn't mention. I enjoyed all of you guys. So I'll turn it over to somebody else now. Thank you.
I guess I'll jump in. Thank you, Sir Clayton. Yeah, I was really excited to hear this group because, like Mr. Clayton had mentioned, it felt like you all had personalized this experience. And although it was pieced together virtually and you all submitted stems, it was cool that the rhythm section, you all had your, your ethos or your space that you created. And I felt like that served as a great launching point and foundation for both Kayla and Brooke. So congratulations. Yes. Congratulations. More specifically, and I try not to be long-winded, but more specifically, the first tune I really, really loved. Kayla, great stage presence. Just continue to build upon that. I think more of us as vocalists and instrumentalists need to incorporate that into our performance. And one thing that really stood out on Bill Street was I wrote, think about moments of exploration at the end of each phrase of the tune. So I can't remember the tune offhand, but I do remember that there was this exhale at the end of each phrase. And to me, that was opportunity. So I have this thing called freedom versus structure, structure versus freedom. How is the structure of the tune created so that it can afford for a voice to kind of do something different or to create a different nuance? And it would have been cool if that resolution or that exhale for like a piano fill to happen or a guitar fill, and not notey, but maybe something nuanced type with texture or, different color, even a drum cymbal or something like that could help to direct us into the next section. So that was the first thing, really seeking these beautiful opportunities of exploration so that you can play beyond the structure of the tune, essentially creating magical and, these metaphysical moments. So that was one thing. Let's see, on the second tune, Getting There. Oh yeah, so Rin, excellent job. I would like for the entire ensemble to have conversations about what is the macro shape of the tune? What is the micro shape of the tune? What is the apex, the top section of the tune? And again, I understand the virtual challenges of submitting stems. And to that point, I would like to encourage you all, if you do it again, to do just that, like submit drafts, because sometimes I understand, depending on who's recording first and, the synchronicity of recording, it really affects the interaction. And so if bass is laying it down or drums are recording first and then guitar and then vocals and piano, then drummer, Rin, come back in and like shape around what's going on. And this is just, for the sheer purposes of this virtual world that we've had to succumb to this for the past year. So that's one thing. Also, this is general for everybody, and this is something I'm still working on, is, again, we're looking at this asymmetrical versus symmetrical. Like looking at the form as, okay, yeah, we have the symmetrical, if it's 16 bars, 18 bars, but how we can seek other opportunities and playing beyond the phrasing, meaning that don't limit your phrasing or your ideas to the form of the tune. So in particular, Rin, a lot of times you were playing, but in this particular song, Getting There, it would have been really cool for you to play across the top of the form so that it creates this asymmetrical vibe that kind of creates a cohesive energy throughout the tune. You know what I'm talking about? Just playing across, not necessarily marking the downbeats. So that was the first thing. And then also understanding that once you have done something, it yields for something else to happen. Now, this would be happening in the drafting of it all, but once you've played an idea, whether it be rhythmically or harmonically, that something else can happen, whether it be piano and guitar changing how you all are comping against each other's solos. And okay, I did want to mention this. Endangered species. So this is a particular favorite of mine because I got a chance to tour it with Esperanza on her radio music or radio society music ensemble, and it was great to see her playing this line Who is the bass player? Is it Parker? Yeah, Parker. Great job on killing those lines. That's like no joke. I get it. And I have my students playing that at Berkeley. But the big thing that I remember being on stage with Espy is that she had her, her fro. And every time she was playing the accents, her fro would shake. So it was like, digga-da-doom, doom, ding, digga-digga-digga-doom, ding, shake, shake, doom, ding, digga-digga-digga-doom. And to me, that was clear indication that she was honoring the phrasing of the line. And what I just heard, you were playing the notes, but I would really like to hear you etching further into the articulation so that it could create more of a precision behind the lines and a driving force. So strengthening, I mean, I'm not a bass player, but I've talked to many bass players, and maybe John could speak to this, but strengthening your right hand, and making sure that you're able to really punctuate certain parts of the phrasing. That's similar to, the hierarchy of bebop phrasing, or however you interpret that, okay? Not playing everything so equivalent. And then lastly, Kayla, I'm sorry. Yes, sis. Beautiful job. I would like to encourage you to check out the lyrics of Endangered Species. Esperanza wrote lyrics over this tune. And what that's gonna do is it's gonna allow for you to clarify some of the articulation for the rest of the ensemble. Or this part. Bop, bop, boop, bip, bop, bop, boop, bop, 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 the shores and raisin, poison, raisin, what toys? Like, all of this is going to help to solidify the articulation for everybody who's playing that melody. Okay? And then lastly, and I know I just said lastly, but Brooke, you killed it on your solo. You killed it, especially, I love that last solo. I would like to encourage you that there is power in repetition, honey. Power in repetition. So the melody in itself already housed all the tools that you needed. It's up to us to really milk those ideas, just milk the mess out of them. And so, you were dealing with some rhythmic ideas, but again, the top of the form came and you threw it out the window. Why not take the idea and really that element of commitment and conviction behind some sort of rhythm that's going to create the tension, the juxtaposition. You know what I'm saying? I know, I hear you shaking your head, or I see you shaking your head and I feel it. So yeah, there's power in repetition. History of the Black church, I said, the Lord said, and you are God, I've been watching the Aretha story, so I'm kind of in that vibe. But congratulations, everyone. I really enjoyed your performance.
Yeah, y'all. That was beautiful. Thank you, Tia, for that as well. That was beautiful too. Take us there. Yeah, no, I really enjoyed hearing you all play. That was really hip and refreshing to hear kind of a new musical territory for us to kind of, you took us on a different journey than we've been on the rest of the day. And everything that everyone said, I just kind of want to double that. I think there are kind of phases to this, right? First, you find out what tune you're supposed to play, and you've never played it. Say, okay, well, what do I got to deal with here? Okay, what are the chords? Let me learn the chords. What's the melody? Learn the melody. What's the groove? Let me get all this stuff in my fingers. And then we got to put it together as a band. Okay, cool. This is starting to come together. We're starting to feel how it feels to just get from the top of the chart to the end of the chart and make that journey. So now you've all got it in your fingers, in your instruments, in your voice and your instruments. I think it's time to start asking the question for yourselves and also collectively of what does the music need? Now, what does the music ask for, right? Like, if you just listen back as you just did, what are things that as a listener you felt you were doing what experience were you taking the listener on? So one of the things that I think we want to find a way to do in anything we're playing is to not make the music do this the whole time, even if we're playing at a real high intensity, which you all were. I mean, you really brought the spirit and energy, which I love to hear, and I was definitely engaged. But after a while, as a listener, I started going, okay, we're here. Okay, we're still here, we're still here, we're still here. And by the end of the tune, we've just kind of done this plateau thing. Like, explore the idea of that arc, explore the idea of where is the mountaintop, What are the peaks and valleys on the way? And what are all the different ways we want to bring that out, right? And that means more than just knowing the notes, more than just knowing the harmony, but also understanding the purpose of the notes and understanding the sort of the direction in all those lines, and putting that spirit into the way you play this. You know, a lot of those answers are going to come from listening to the music and actually transcribing and putting your feet in those shoes. I know you all are already doing that, so continuing to do that. But another part of that is actually having conversations with one another and experimenting and saying, you know, are we capturing the vibe the way we want to, or can we do that better? You know, I would challenge all of you. Something that Jason Moran told me a while back when he was producing a record that I was playing on. He came to the gig and checked us out, and he pulled my coattails and said, okay, I want you to come up with 5 different ways to comp behind somebody's solo. You know, he's like, chords and harmony are cool. So Brooke, I'm looking your way. By the way, Brooke, you sound great. I got to work with Brooke a couple of years back, and it's great to hear you just keep getting better and better. So onward for all of you, just onward, onward, onward. But, you know, think of 5 different ways that you can contribute to the music other than just playing chords, right? Same with the guitar, same with the voice, same with the bass, same with the drums. Like, what are different ways we can make the music sing and speak, so that we kind of avoid that thing of giving the listener that sort of one type of experience. And that same sort of exploration and curiosity and willingness to try different things, take to the pen as well. Think of, this is great. How about a counter line? Right now in that first tune, guitar and voice pretty much have that unison line, right? What if one of you splits up? See what happens then. What if you give a vocal counter line to that guitar line in the bridge, you know, and vice versa, just trying different things, right? You know, sticks, brushes, those are texture things. Like, there's so much we can do. Sometimes it's hard to remember that we have a whole universe of possibilities. So the more work you all do in getting better at the craft of your instruments and a better grasp on the craft of the music, the more capacity you'll have to be free, not think of those things, and then access all that stuff when it comes time to express yourselves. But I think you all are at the level now where these tunes are cool, they're comfortable, you feel good. Now honor all of what is inside of these tunes. Honor the melody, honor the direction of the lines, honor the attitude and emotion behind the lines. Put that life into it, and also look for giving the listener more of an experience than just kind of this all the way through. But yeah, I'm stoked for you all. Thank you for that. It's sounding great, and I know it's just getting better and better. So onward.
So I don't have much new to say, but I do want to say I ditto everything. I mean, I'm so honored to be here to hear you guys. I've gotten to hear you before at another festival, so I get to hear you again. But I got to hear it another time with a whole new set of thoughts, you know, and you know. The word that kept coming to my mind when I heard this, and this never happens to me. That's why I loved hearing you, is that I wanted more. I wanted, Justin, I wanted to see you lose your mind. Like, what does it feel like for Justin to lose his mind? I felt like Justin got to a point and he said, oh, okay, it's time to take it out. I feel it. I feel I'm about to lose it. Let me stop right there. You know, if the music, if we could have all watched Kayla and how she expressed herself, and then put the music to her expression, imagine what we would have then. You know, we would have the groove. She was grooving watching her made the music for me. Like, thank you. You were like you were the translator, you know, like, you know, you're given the sign language, and I was like, okay, Kayla, they did that. Oh, okay. So that's what I was feeling. And then I was thinking what Gerald said. I said, okay, what could take this to the next level? Like, Ren, you played great. You know, sometimes every now and then it got to be a little busy as opposed to focusing on groove. So I was like, give Ren some. Why didn't Ren get any? Ren can play. Give Ren some. You know, and then I was like, Parker, you wrote a great tune. Let me hear you get loose, Parker. Or let me hear Kayla sing a background behind Brooke, or let me, find different ways to elevate what you have, and, before, I know I said this in the last one, but Kayla, if you don't scat, I would love for you to try, because here's what I wrote down. Like when I hear vocalists sing melodies with horn players, and I don't know where you got the syllables from, but I love your syllables that you use when you sing these melodies. I mean, you and Justin have this vibe together. John said it earlier about that's your sound, and it's your sound because of the syllables that you've chosen. I've never heard some of those syllables before, but you use them to match Justin. So take those syllables and add some more pitches to them, and you got a solo. You know what I mean? That would be so killing to have everybody kind of featured more. I wanted just more, Brooke. I wanted something that just showed you off. Just like when you stopped, I was like, no, one more, no, keep going, Justin, keep going. That's what I wanted. So think about, like, everybody's been saying this, but I just want more. I want more. I want you to take what you did. I can't wait to hear volume 2. That's what I want to hear. I want to be the first one in line for volume 2. So thank you all.
I was scheduled to be on break, but after I had to come back and hear you guys. I listened to you guys on the tape. On the video before, and I had to come back just for Endangered Species, and also the Pasqua tune, because I was checking out Believe It recently. Whoa, talk about breaking out, right? Man, that's some. So yeah, thank you guys. These guys were the main, but I had to come and check it out again, and I wanted to see you guys in person. So thank you. I really like this band. It's cool. So I did all the things they say, exploring different. I'd like to maybe heard a duet with Kayla and Ren or something like that. Right? That'd have been cool. Like break it down. Here's some. So that was. But I had to come back and check it out. So again, so thank you guys. Really beautiful. Really dug it. So, right on Chicago.
I think we have time for one question. It's like 48 minutes past the hour. So anybody?
Mr. Clayton, I have a question, and I'm representing my band. We appreciate those comments were so insightful, every single one, and we appreciate it. But on behalf of my band, with Larry's permission, if I think our link may have been a little distorted somehow. And if I might play 30 seconds just to show you, because it's my band, right? And they said, hey, Bill, it sounds weird. I don't know if you'll allow me to share my screen, Larry.
Go for it.
If you do, I thank you. I'm disabled, Larry. I think you have to allow me. And if you don't, I understand. I've been a pain in the neck for you for many years.
I got you, Bill.
Okay. Thank you. And sorry, let me just adjust something. So anyway, I hopefully that might have sounded a little bit different. With some of the dynamic issues are a little bit more easier to hear on that link. But anyway, thank you. I just wanted to, I represent my students and I got to do it. So they work real hard, but thank you all for your comments. And I don't know if we have time for a student comment or not, but I texted them, I said, listen, hold on. This is an all-star. These are my favorite musicians. This is an all-star panel of judges. Wait for this. So I texted him before that when I found out you all were going to be here. We're lucky and honored to have you all here.
All right.
Thank
and
you.
with-
You know that it sounded good to me both times. I mean, what you just played and what we heard. So I was cool both times. Just me, FYI.
I could hear it more if you want, but I was cool.
No, that'd be 3 times, Terell. You've been too kind. Thank you.
Okay, so we'd like to thank you all, and we're going to take about a 9-minute break now. And then at the top of the hour, there are some more clinics. And all of you in the Chicago Columbia Fusion Ensemble have access to the interactive clinic. Anybody else looking online can stay on the YouTube channel and get to hear some more fabulous words of wisdom from these wonderful clinicians and hear some interaction between them and the students. So we'll see you all in about 10 minutes. All right. Okay, and so for everyone, welcome back to Collegiate Jazz Festival 2021. We now have a wonderful opportunity to do some clinics for everyone who is joining us. If you are online using YouTube, you're going to get to watch clinicians Matt Wilson, Gerald Clayton, and John Clayton do a rhythm section clinic. But as always, these guys are about music, so it will apply to everybody. And if you are a participant, one of the performing musicians or directors who's been with us today, you'll have your choice of going with that, well, really staying in this room, which is the rhythm section clinic, or there's going to be a breakout room with Tia Fuller, particularly for saxophone players, and a breakout room with Terell Stafford, particularly for brass players. So you'll be able to self-select whichever room that you want to go to and have fun. And if you happen to pop into the wrong room, you can pop out of it and go into another room. And then an hour from now at 7 o'clock, all 5 clinicians will be together in this very same room now. So you'll be able to do that. And again, for the participants, this is interactive. So you'll be able to ask questions and I think get some really good answers. So Notre Dame Studios, give us some breakout rooms and any directions we need to know. I see it down at the bottom of my screen. It says join breakout rooms. So everybody, I assume, can click on that.
Yes, if you click the breakout room button, it should give you the option.
Yes. So again, scroll down if you need to for brass. You'll join the room where it says TL, Terell Stafford. And then if you're a saxophone, go down a little bit farther and you'll see the room. There it is. TF for Tia Fuller, and that's for saxophones. And then everybody else can, I think, just stay right here. You don't have to move. And again, if you wind up in the wrong room, just go back to click on breakout rooms and go back to the one that you want to go to. And so I think people have made their choices and may come in or out. But let's once again introduce our clinicians for this room. Bass player John Clayton, drummer and percussionist Matt Wilson, and pianist Gerald Clayton. So as always, we'll turn it over first to John Clayton, our lead clinician for Collegiate Jazz Festival this year. And John, get us started. But the rest of you who are here, I think John will invite you to jump in with some questions at some points.
Definitely. Thank you, Larry. Yay, rhythm section. The great bass player, Sam Jones, used to refer to anybody who played a rhythm section instrument. His nickname for them was section. So you walk up to him and he'd look at you, hey, Mr. Jones, how you doing? He'd say, how you doing, section? So you guys, you're part of that rhythm section family, and anybody's allowed to visit and be a part of it too. We'll accept anybody, but it's a very special group that we are, because we can talk about what's on your mind, but just to sort of preface, I think we all need to understand that we are the energy of the band. And that's not from an ego place at all. Everybody needs to bring their energy, but they're bringing their energy, they're combining their energy to this energy. They have the option of laying out, and not being a part of this, or just silencing themselves. We are the ones that determine the energy, not to say that we can't be influenced by other things. So understanding that we need to break it down individually for ourselves and figure out what our instruments' roles are. How do we contribute to that collective energy that then energizes all those singers and horn players and stuff? That's and also understanding the freedoms that we have within the rhythm sections. So now, when I say that, it's not. I don't mean that that you feel you need to feel like, oh, this is what I have to do. No, yes, perhaps to a certain point, but man, that's the beauty of what we're doing, is that there is so much freedom to it. So we have to explore that and understand that too. So I just wanted to kind of start things off by acknowledging that, and then I want to turn it over to Gerald and Matt to kind of give some introductory thoughts, and then we're going to open it up.
Yeah, what's up, everybody? What up, section? What's up, section? Sections. Yeah, it's great to get to kind of hang just with us and get into the weeds of the engine and what we can do to make it cook. I think my general introduction spiel when I'm talking about music with any instruments, but especially for us, just touches on a few basic categories that we all have to deal with, that actually I took from my dad originally, but this idea that we can break everything down into two really big concerns with a couple addendums. The two main concerns are playing with clarity and playing with honesty. And in each of those categories, it breaks down a different component of what our responsibilities are of being musicians. The playing with clarity side deals with all of the crafts of the music, craft of the instrument, being able to, we have to play our scales, we have to do arpeggios and long tones and rudiments, kind of like an athlete has to do push-ups and cardio so that they're in shape for the game, and that's something that comes along for the journey forever and ever. We're always trying to refine the way that we actually play the instrument and our understanding of the mechanics of music. The honesty side deals a little more with the spirit of the music, of the spirit of improvisation, of creating something together. And when I say playing with honesty, what I'm doing is I'm setting an intention for myself that every time I play my instrument, I'm making sure that everything I play is 100% what I mean to play at that time. That I'm not just letting my fingers do the work. I'm not letting theory tell me what to play. I'm not just playing those notes because they happen to be in the chorus. No, but what am I hearing? What am I really hearing? And this is the part where I ask you all, how do we make sure that every note we play is in fact what we're hearing? Anybody want to scream out the answer? Put unmute. And how do we make sure every note is in fact a reflection of the notes that we're hearing? What can we do to make sure that that's what's happening? Sing them. From Brooke Wyatt to everyone. That's exactly right. Sing it. That we don't lie when we're singing. That there's no way to BS when we're with the human voice. So we have to think of our instruments as an amplifier for the voice, that it's coming from here and then coming out on the piano afterwards, on our instrument afterwards. So that's really like the basics. We have to build a really strong foundation of that before we start to explore the outer limits of what we're able to hear. That's part of what we do too, but it really doesn't work unless we have a really strong foundation of being able to let the instrument speak for what we're singing. So clarity and honesty, the only two things I've kind of been adding to the mix, to the menu, is the importance of, which this third topic may be the most important, the importance of listening, just listening to records. that all of the answers to all the questions you have are in the music. And it's great to sort of discover, what am I hearing, what am I singing, and work on that and set that intention every time we play and try to keep on track with that. But after a certain point, I've exhausted all of my vocabulary. I have nothing left to say. And that's when I have to humble myself to say, well, you know who plays a lot better and has a lot more to say than me? Herbie Hancock, Chick Corea, Wynton Kelly, Errol Garner, McCoy Tyner, go down the list, right? And just put all your focus on really thoroughly investigating the music that you're inspired by. And honestly, if you do that, like, the rest takes care of itself. If you all just like decided from today for the next whatever years, you're gonna not think about yourself, not worry about finding your own voice, and your sole purpose was to be a musical sponge and soak up everything, and really with that intention of processing it, understanding it, and then being able to play that back. Honestly, that's the whole thing. That's the whole gig. The only fourth thing that has come up a lot in my conversations with hungry students of the music is something that I'm sure Matt could speak on really well, but it's this idea that we have to serve the groove, that we have to serve time, that above all else, time is the top of the list. Like Dizzy Gillespie said, if I had to choose between playing a wrong note or put it in a wrong place in the beat, I choose the wrong note every time. It kind of doesn't matter what you play. If you can make it feel good, you've taken care of priority number one. So that's just another intention that you want to set, and we can get into ways to explore that and practice that and think about those things. But for me, that kind of covers everything. I tend to go back to those main categories: clarity, honesty, listening to records, and serve the beat.
Thank you, gentlemen. You know, it's indeed a pleasure to be here. You know, I live by those words of your fathers, of John's, of honesty and clarity. And I've added also listening. I've added grace to that too in my life, of like, wow, we have to be thankful each time we get to do this. You know, I mean, just the social activity of music. We've been doing all this stuff recently, right? But the social aspect of not, you know, doing this, or, you know, the smiles or sharing. So that's one strong aspect. Singing, by all means. So I feel like we have to hear what we play and feel what we play. I mean, physically, we feel it emotionally, right? But we want to feel it physically. So I think of everything. I think of everything as melodies. I think one of the greatest contributions, if not the greatest contribution to American music of the 20th century, is the ride cymbal melody. If we hear that, for me, it's a melody. We share melodies. It's not a walking bass line, it's a melody. Ba-dum, boom, boom. Listening to Paul Chambers' melodies on the bass. I don't call it feathering the bass drum. I call it walking the bass drum. If you hear bass lines from your bass drum, you're going to play differently than boom, 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 boom. So sing Killer Joe bass line. Sing bass lines. Transcribe bass lines and listen to them, you know? The other thing is, are having ways in which to do things physically. This instrument is, and the bass, you know, a lot of our we're dealing with bigger muscle groups, you know, so we can see a lot with what's going on, you know. And sharing the time is how every musical relationship begins. I can remember the first time I played with John Clayton. I don't remember what song we were playing, but I remember what it felt like. I can remember what it looked like. Gerald, Terell, I know exactly. I could even draw, if I was a court reporter, I could draw the scenario of all the players that I loved the first time, and Tia, and, you know, everybody. And it's always the time feel, how we share the time. I mean, Terell, we've been playing together for, you know, a long, long time now, you know, and so just the sharing the time feel, you know, sharing how we share it. And sharing means flexibility. Nobody's right or wrong, right? We want to meet in the middle, you know. I found this video was we remodeled a little bit so in the house. So I found this video as a kid when my kids were little of sharing. And part of it was a Sesame Street thing with Elmo and Katie Couric, or I don't know, but it was about flexibility. So if you're solid here, you can be flexible. And then you have if I have ways of moving, then I'm going to be even more flexible. Sometimes we want the time to be wider. Sometimes I want it to be narrower. There's not a right or wrong way, but we want to make the choices. We want to make the choices based on our sonic imagination. And then we translate that physically. To watch these folks, these great masters play, watch them too. We can hear with our eyes, Art Blakey used to say. So I can look over and see why by the body language of the hinges here that Mr. Clayton has happening. And Gerald, just the way he sits at the piano. I was just thinking about today when we played the piece on the cruise of your piece that we did with Renee. Just watching you convey the time, convey the feel that you wanted, you know? So that's something to think about, is opening up these hinges too. We want to be able to embrace the instrument in a lot of ways. So this gives us a lot more chance to be sharing. But turning it back to Mr. Clayton, two basketball teams come out on the floor. One comes out loose, one comes out like this. I'm going to bet on the loose team. You know what I mean? So how we can welcome things too. So one of the things is keeping these hinges opened up as far as the drummers, and sing and show, you know, study the movement of your rides, study the movement of how you do things, and see how, if it's serving the sound that you're hearing too. You know what I mean? And then it will do the music. We're doing all this for me. Every music school, everything should be, a sign should be up front. We're doing this so that we can play songs with other people. That's what I want to do. I can't wait to go play songs with other people. Last Saturday night, I got to play a gig, you know, in a club, and it was great. I played songs with other people in, you know, here in real, and I just love that. You know, just the social, just that feeling up there. So, but that means we have a lot of responsibility, right? So, yeah, it's so great to be with these guys. I know with you guys too. And the music that I heard today was fantastic. So, thank you guys for caring, you know, and being curious. You know, that's the number one thing, is being curious and wanting to know. You know, nobody told you to have to be here today, right? You showed up. So that to me means a lot. And you know, that's cool. That's what it takes. So thank you so much.
So now's the time, everybody, to be selfish and just think about yourself and what you're dealing with. And musically, what are those challenges? What's like kicking you in the butt that you would like some input on? None of us has all the answers, but collectively we can probably address some things and give you some ideas, and you'll give us ideas too. So just go ahead and unmute yourself and don't be afraid of sharing, because of whatever it is you're going through, some of us may have been through, or some of us are going to go through it. So it's this whole family thing. Yeah. Go ahead and unmute and share whatever you want.
One thing that I thank you for this opportunity. One thing I was curious about, and it was kind of touched on already, was just, you know, that part about being honest and everything. You know, I started off transcribing a lot, and then, you know, I was thinking, well, you know, I kind of want to have my own sound. So I was thinking, well, instead of learning the lines, maybe I can learn the theory behind the lines so I can, you know, create my own. And then I kind of been going back and forth with that, but I'm kind of getting more confirmation to dive into transcribing. And a lot of those guys he named, like, you know, McCoy Tyner and Herbie Hancock, it's like I really want to know what they're doing, but I didn't know if I was being dishonest in a way by taking their lines, you know, and even though I wanted to, but I just want to make sure I'm on the right path and not making it harder for myself in my journey of just, you know, learning improvisation and creating.
If I may, Yeah, don't feel bad, man. They stole it too. It's not theirs.
Okay.
It's meant to be shared, you know, it's meant to be passed on. And it turns out that theory is actually not gonna save the day. It you know, theory really truly is secondary to the sound of what you're after. And theory is one rubric of explaining sound, of translating sound to make sense, to make some kind of logic out of it. A lot of the things that are happening might fit outside of logic or might not quite. The theory is not going to capture it all. You know, it's not enough to just say,
Okay.
okay, playing so what is D minor, and that's a Dorian scale. And so if I just do that, I'm good. No, you hear a lot more in that Miles Davis solo. You hear a lot
Right.
more in that John Coltrane solo and that Cannonball Adder solo, right? The way the phrases start and end, the emotionality, all the stuff that's sort of behind the notes, the way their decisions are informed by all the other things that are going around, how much they're really just like Matt was saying, like sharing the beat with one another, and you can tell that they're really responding to that or fitting in with that. So there's not one way to go about exploring this music. And Keith Jarrett, when he accepted his NEA Jazz Masters Award, he said, "There's no rules. There's no rules to this. So you know, don't get the sense that you have to do something one way or another. But definitely be hungry and be curious and trust that your ears are your strongest tool and they're going to guide you right. Yeah, I think that sentiment you have of like wanting to find your own voice is very relatable. We all kind of are curious about that. But I've heard it said, I think Branford was the guy who said, you know, this idea of finding your own voice is BS. It's not a thing. Just live the music, live the process, like devote yourself to serving the music as best you can and investigating the music as thoroughly as you can. The rest is going to find itself. Like you'll play one thing for a whole year, and every time you play, you're going to play this one thing, and then you're going to get sick of playing that, and you'll stop playing that. All of a sudden, you've decided this is my voice. I don't do this. I do this, right? I mean, all that has to be just kind of natural. But I think if you just let what you're after guide you, let that be your North Star. Like, man, I love this solo. I love this feeling, this thing. I want to be able to do that. I want to be able to tap into that. I want to be able to channel that and give that to somebody else. Just follow that, man. That path is the way. Everything else is nonsense.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
I so agree with Gerald, and to highlight what he said, with a little extra twist, you know, your voice, as he mentioned, is something you don't have to worry about because you're born with your voice. You have your voice already. And if you listen, Kenneth, right? You know, Kenneth, I'm assuming
Yes,
it's
sir.
Kenneth. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
If you listen to something you did 5 years ago, you know that you're into something totally different right now. But that was your voice back then. That truly was your voice. Your voice is still your voice, only because you changed since 5 years ago, your voice changed. And that's the way it's always going to be. You'll never wake up on a Tuesday morning and go, ha, finally got my voice. It doesn't work
Right.
like that, you know?
Right.
So you don't have to even worry about finding your voice. You have your voice already. And the other thing you mentioned about transcribing, transcribing to me is like loving, you know. Can I love my family too much? You know, is it going to hurt me at some point because I love my family? Is it going to hurt me to transcribe a whole lot? Is it going to hurt me? Hell no, it's not going to hurt me. It's going to do the opposite. It's more information. I don't have to use the things I've transcribed when I'm on the bandstand. But if I choose to dig from that well of information that I've gathered, I can do it. So, yeah, do what you're doing.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you.
You're welcome. You got more questions, or Matt, did you want to jump in there?
No, I think I agree with what Gerald said, and John, what you're saying too. I don't think anybody that we admire got up on these mornings and wrote, let's see, pick up dry cleaning, um, get dog food, be an innovator, or be I'm going to be 57 in the fall, and I'm just this recent times have given me time to like really dig in and check out all kinds of just how people orchestrate the time, you know listen to the Thelonious Monk with different drummers and bass, but like listen to Thelonious Monk with Ben Riley playing We See, listen to on Straight No Chaser, listen to it with Art Blakey on the record with Monk, it just says Monk on the cover. I've been getting into this feel of the drums in two and the bass walking from those records. It's such a cool feel. Ben Riley plays in two on We See, and Larry Gales is walking. It's such a, been making all these notes about and the way Art Blakey, and the way Billy Higgins sounds with Thelonious Monk, the way Frankie Dunlop sounds, the way Max Roach sounds with, the way Roy Haynes sounds with them, So you get, I've just been studying the way they orchestrate the time and bring the melodies of the time to life. So, transcribing that, and just like, wow, dig that. And just been fast. I'm just so excited every day. I can't wait to sit down and do what I call song mapping. Learn how they do the tune from the very beginning to the very end, Sometimes I feel like people jump to the solos and want to learn those. I think you got to know the whole tune, sometimes. It's like giving a line. It's like getting a line in a play and you don't know what the show's about. You got to you want to know what's happening with the rest of it too, so you can see what's going on. But when you find out such fascinating aspects of the music that way, and their imaginations and their attention to detail, it's just so inspiring. So yeah, a lot of you never get. I read this quote the other day, you never get to the other side of music. You're just on this journey the whole time. You're never going to get to the other. That's our goal. We just keep going, just seeing how much we can just keep growing and getting inspired, and wake up every day and go like, okay, I'm going to learn something today, and it's fun, and when the student is ready, the teacher will appear. So.
And the good thing about this, ladies and gentlemen, is don't forget that it's totally up to you.
Yeah.
You do it your way. Don't feel like, oh God, I'm not worthy because Matt Wilson does all this stuff, man. I'm just like doing this little bit here. No, what's that saying? Don't compare your insides to somebody else's outsides, right? Do it your way. But I love that Matt is talking about inspiration. That's all of us want to inspire you, and I know all of you want to inspire somebody else, and you will. By the way, you don't have to try. You will. Keep playing music. Somebody's going to come and hear you play. They will be inspired. That's a promise. That's not even a question. It's not a maybe. It's definitely going to happen. Well, it already did happen. You all inspired us. We heard your music. Some more questions.
Sorry.
All right.
I'll go.
Hi. We just saw each other, so I'll say my name for everyone else, Brooke. I'd just like to ask, and this can go to anybody, Gerald, we play the same instrument, so of course you can probably relate to this the most, but I feel like on piano recently, because of everything going on, I've just kind of been at home and like trying to like learn everything, without necessarily playing with anybody else. Of course I play with the virtual and you send stuff back and forth, but it's not like physically playing like with someone right next to you. And I felt like this past time I've kind of, I guess, hit a stuck point in a sense, because I don't know, like I've been just kind of with school, we do all these different genres at my school, and I've worked with like music technology now and all these other aspects of music, but like I guess I had a heart to heart with myself, and I was like, man, like I really just want to like get better at the piano itself. Like I don't want to like let my other interests, which are valid, kind of crowd getting better at the piano and like really getting my technique together and developing more information on the piano, which I've heard from other people in terms of like, I guess you could say critique about what I play and whatnot. So I guess my question would be, Like how do you like kind of overcome like a stuck kind of point where you know like kind of what you want to get better at? Like I don't know if it's just, and the answer could be obvious, but I don't know if it's just like listening more, or listening to different things, or like really taking one piano player and just like studying everything that person is doing. Like I don't know, I just know that I want to like just get better at piano, and I'm extra hard on myself. So, you know, I heard so many nice compliments today and I take them very, very wholeheartedly, but that's just my own personal kind of struggles mentally.
Yeah, no, Brooke, I mean, you do sound great, really. And I think we all can relate to all those feelings. And I think all of your ideas of possible answers are possible answers, you know, like um, sometimes it is hard to remember all of the options we really do have. You know, we kind of get stuck down a wormhole and then we hit a wall and we forget that there's a whole universe of music and different artists and different approaches and different facets of the music to explore. You know, even if you just remember that music is comprised of rhythm, melody, harmony, and form, right? That's kind of a way we can break down what's happening. You can explore any one of those categories, you know, and just say, okay, well, essentially this is talking kind of about practice technique or approaches towards exploring an idea. It's exactly that for me. It's just trying to focus on one thing, saying, okay, I'm going to play over this tune. It could happen to you, but I'm going to give myself a goal. I'm going to give myself an intention. I'm going to give myself a restriction almost. And as soon as I go outside of those boundaries, I've lost the game and I have to say, okay, hold on, let me try again, right? So I'm going to take a solo and it's just going to be in these 2 octaves, just in that range. And I want to make sure that I'm singing and hearing melodies just in those 2 octaves and just deal with that. And as soon as I go outside of that, I've broken the rule, right? What about in the rhythm category? What can I explore rhythmically? What can I explore in terms of harmony? What if I keep the harmony of the song, but rather than play the roots, what if I put like the 3rd underneath? What if I put the 5th underneath? What if I put the 7th underneath? Like exploring all of that will sometimes be enough to open you up into a new place. The best musicians I know all pretty much play with records. So I think part of your question initially or the challenge is like dealing with the fact that we don't have that same access to the community as we usually do, and how that is a really kind of essential part that we're all missing. We're all going through that same lack at the same time. But we do have records, and you can always put your headphones on and play along with records, you know. I think that actually kills a lot of birds with the same stone. You know, your time feel, just the language that you're soaking up. That thing of transcribing, I think the best part of the process is the amount of time that you're spending listening really closely to something. Like the part of it where you finally translate it into your fingers is great and important, but the listening, that really deep listening is productive too. So I think be kind to yourself, you know, don't get down. We're all going through the struggle, and even just hitting a wall is very human. And sometimes you might have to just step away from music and take a walk for 20 minutes and come back. But yeah, trying to remember that you do have a lot of options. There's a universe of possibilities. And, you know, if you're ever stuck, just go to the records for an idea. You know, 2 bars of listening to something will probably give you a whole universe of ideas.
So I'd like to chime in too, Brooke, and everybody, that the word Gerald just used, possibilities. That I think that we can realize a lot of possibilities if we tap into our creativity. Everybody here is creative. All you guys are playing, and you're playing at high levels. So now I think it can be a question of how can I use my creativity in creative ways, you know, in big ways, in different ways. Because I know I'm a creative person. And my creativity comes out maybe really in a big way on the piano or whatever instrument I play. But that piano is an extension of my creativity. So let me go back to my creativity and figure out what else is out there for me to do that might be kind of cool to explore. Well, let's see. I love playing, whatever it is. I love playing bebop. I love playing swing. I love playing funk. I love playing hip hop. I love playing, whatever it is. So let me think of two things that I really love. Well, I love bluegrass and I love hip hop. And the next thing you know, your creativity is allowing you to find your ways of combining those two or whatever, or three, or that's just a silly little example. But you see what my point is. Just allow yourself to think and explore and discover, and it doesn't always have to come solely from yourself. You can use other people as examples of how to use your creativity. I think if you add that to the things that Gerald was talking about, I think that's going to really open up some doors and help prevent you from being, frustrated. Well, not being able to do anything about the frustration, because we all get frustrated. But it's important to figure out what we can do about the frustration. So if that's something you might want to add.
Thank you.
During this time period, I made a list of some things that I just not very good at. And I decided to get, or those little things. Kendrick Scott, my good friend and a friend of ours, put this drummer thing together of us playing Evidence. And so, Evidence, when that tune gets called, I was always like, oh yeah. And then underneath my breath, I'm like, So I said, damn it, I'm going to learn. So I spent 3 days listening and transcribing different ways, playing it at different tempos, playing it at different feels. I know it now. Walking. Is it da da da? I had a dream once as a kid that I got called to play with Miles Davis, and that was the tune they called, and I screwed up, and Miles took the horn out of his mouth and walked away. So I decided one day, I listened to the original one, and I got that damn tune together. So, and then also odd time signatures. So I've been reading a lot in odd time signatures. I got this great book called Louis Belson's Gil Bryan's Odd Time Signature Reading. And I've been reading. I read every day for 20 minutes out of this book. Just now, is it? But man, it's helped me. It's something that's opened up my awareness, and so it's taken away another fear or thing. And so I had a student the other day that had this bass line and a tune that goes from 7/8 to 5/8, and I was not only able to sing it, because I'm working on that too, but like rhythmically together. So I was like, wow, I looked at him, I said, practicing helps. So I mean, I just found these things. So it's been cool because I've had to go and go and go and go and go. I mean, I have 4 kids. I'm a single parent. I'm like trying to, not that it's of this, but but now I took the time to really work on some things, and it's been fun. So yeah, patience is part of it too, but the journey is so fun. That's the thing about even the transcribing, like what Gerald just said. It's the journey of taking it all in, I think, as much as it is getting down. People that take the published ones already, they're it's like, what's the point of that? You know what I mean? I mean, that's the kind of the easy way out. That's the frosting. Anybody can go take the frosting off. You gotta bake the cake. You gotta spend the time, like, something that I've gotten from John and I've been working on is working on recipe and doing it over and over again until I get it. It's something I've learned from John. So, I've been doing that. I'm going to do it with black miso cod. I'm going to just work on it until I get it just what I think, and not have it doesn't have to be right the first time. My kids can look at me and go, or my girlfriend could go like, what the hell is this? And I'll be fine. Okay, I'll try it again, So it's been fun to sort of be liberated with that, in a way. It's been kind of a liberation. But Brooke, you sound so beautiful. You guys all today, each group, nice. Have we met before? I think I met you in Chicago one time, Brooke, I think some time before. So it's nice to hear you again. So
yes,
thank you.
it's possible.
I remember. Yeah, I remember.
All right, give more questions. What are you guys dealing with? What are you guys going through?
I've got a question regarding comping. So this past New Year's, I set a challenge to listen to a new jazz album every day. And that's been one of the most rewarding things for my playing, I think. I would recommend that to anyone if they don't, listen to new stuff regularly. It's amazing. And through that, um, I've been exposed to a lot of different comping techniques, specifically related to guitar, because that's what I play. People like Wes Montgomery or Jim Hall or Herb Ellis, people like that. We tend to have a notion of what comping is. They'll say you got to learn like drop 2 voicings and your drop 3 voicings. But some of the best comping I've heard over the past 4 or 5 months has been, the more simple stuff. A lot of times, someone like Wes Montgomery will just play octaves. And I've really come to enjoy the role of being like a rhythm section person. And I've found it extremely satisfying because I come from a place where, improvising was more of what I thought I wanted to do. But this kind of thing makes me more open to the possibility of being more needed in the rhythm section. So I just kind of wanted to open it up. Kind of how do you remedy having too many options when it comes to copying? Because for someone who has 6 strings on the guitar, it's kind of hard to just break that down into the simple, do I just play a major third or do I just play an octave? Sometimes the simple stuff sounds the best. So I just wanted to see how you kind of deal with that, going from having too many options to kind of working to simplify that, I suppose. Sorry for the long-winded question.
No, it's good.
No, I think it's a great question. I think that since and it's great to hear all that you shared actually, because it gave me some insight, I think, to your situation. Since you've been listening and discovering every day all of this new music, which means also different kinds of comping, I think it's inside of you. And now I recommend the next time you're able to play with somebody, don't think about comping. Focus on them, and it could be you're focusing on, first of all, you're definitely focusing on the soloist, but you can allow that focus to shift around. If you got to say a horn soloist, then you're focusing on them. But then also while you're doing that, another part of your ear is on the drums, another part of your ear is on the bass. And you got all these people informing how you should comp, how the music would feel and sound best based on what you're hearing. Suddenly somebody's doing something that's really kind of more old school and swinging, and next thing you know, it feels best to go Freddie Green in that spot. Doesn't mean the whole tune is that, but how do you determine that? You determine it because you were listening to everybody else. So you are not responsible, for determining what kind of comping you need to do. No, everybody else is responsible for helping you determine what's going to feel good.
Yeah, for sure, man. What you said was kind of an answer more than a question, right? That it's basically that you discovered this profound truth, which is that the music doesn't always ask for or require a lot. Sometimes simplicity is actually the perfect ingredient for the situation. But what's happening actually is that you're responding to the situation. So like my dad said, you're responding to what else is being contributed on the bandstand. So maybe exercise that muscle more than anything else, just opening your ears to what's happening, and taking yourself out of the equation. I think the best, as far as comping, it's the social part of the music. And like you said, there's a lot of different ways we can approach doing it. There's not going to be like necessarily a right or wrong way. Although, you could also make the argument that sometimes if maybe somebody's being a little selfish or not really listening in the right way, they might actually step on the music, or they might ruffle the feathers, so to speak. So I think the only path is to do what you're doing and listening to a lot of examples of that you can contribute to the music, that you can comp. And then the other side of it is just ain't nothing to but to do it. Just go to a session and show up and see what the music is asking of you. But it's really just being in that headspace of service, of trying to ask, what is the music asking of me? What does the music need right now? And sometimes that means not playing anything at all. Sometimes that means playing 1 or 2 notes. Sometimes that means playing as many as you can play, you know? Yeah.
Yeah, you know, we're not only participants. We have the best seats in the house. You know, sometimes, you know, you're there and you can hear yourself within it. You know, you want to hear yourself within it and see, wow. You know, one time my late wife, we were driving home and a record I had played on of Dina DeRosa's. I had to play some gigs with her. So we were listening to it. The kids were asleep, and we're playing "It's a Good Life." And so I play on my China cymbal. She sings, "It's a good life." And I'm just playing the cymbal and the hi-hat and nothing else. She goes, you know, that's starting to sound pretty good. I said, what you mean? She goes, you're not doing all that hoobla hobla stuff. I said, well, thanks a lot. No, but I realized, you know, we work on other stuff and then we want to use it. But sometimes we hear ourselves within it. Wow, what's that going to do? You know, if the time feel is there and the cymbal and we can just enjoy that. Wow. You know, and so that's something I think, and what I think something that Gerald pointed out earlier in the workshop is something too, is with everything that you play in one of the workshops we did earlier, if everything you're playing has intent. So is it just is mine just playing an exercise by going flip, flip on the snare, or is it really saying something? Is it really helping the overall picture, or is it something that I feel obligated to do? You know, so now I'm like, oh. I'm just, you know, I don't have to do, wow, maybe not doing anything is the best thing, you know? And then sometimes we want to get in there and collide. I don't know. There's no right or wrong way, but ways, possibilities, as John said, possibilities. So great question, great observation too, in your, you know, great way to think about things.
Thank you.
Sweet,
beautiful.
Great. Larry, how are we doing? Looks like we have 1 minute.
Yeah, John, actually, we just hit 6:50 right now. So I think it would be good for us to take a 10-minute break, and then all of you who are here can basically stay here. I think it will.
Yeah, we'll stay.
Yeah, and then we'll be rejoined by Tia Fuller and Terell Stafford for kind of a final hour at 7 o'clock. And so if what you just heard prompted a question in your mind, save it for 10 minutes and bring it up. So yes, so take a 10-minute break, do what you have to do, which I have to do right now. And yeah.
That's over.
I'm hanging, so I've already, I took a break earlier. So
and this is amazing. I'm looking at Noah Bongiovanni, who's the pianist in our jazz band. He's been wearing a mask all semester. I did not realize that he grew a mustache and beard. Did not know.
You know,
amazing.
The thing is, when you got it covered up, shaving all day just turns into a pain. So why?
There you go. There you go.
Cut loose. I briefly had an afro there for a bit too, but
okay.
I had to restart my job. They said nah, so I had to clean up a little bit. But
absolutely,
those dirty afros. All right, I'll see you guys in 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Larry,
I'll hang. I'm here. I'm just here.
Hi,
So you guys
Larry.
want to hang?
Just one question. Should we go ahead and close the breakout room so you can make that announcement as well?
Sure, if you'd like to, unless you're, I can't seem to figure out a way to get myself into the breakout rooms, but if you close them.
They're gonna be coming back in 1 minute. And if you want me to, I can make the announcement.
Yeah, I can make it. I'll stick on for a minute.
You want me to cut back to Zoom 3?
Is there any way? Is there any way I can go back in? I accidentally logged out of my class.
Okay, so it is right now 7 o'clock, and we are back with the final session of Collegiate Jazz Festival 2021, the 63rd annual. And we have hanging in with us all day these incredible clinicians. John Clayton, string bass band leader, composer, and assembler of masterful clinician panels, which he has done for us today. Tia Fuller, alto saxophonist, and my daughter in LA texted me and said she likes the fingernail polish that you have, Tia. It's really, really good. Terell Stafford on trumpet. He's been to Notre Dame a few other times, and we always appreciate his wisdom and wonderful playing. Gerald Clayton, who I think is a younger guy, but he's not a teenager anymore. He's seems like an old master at this point, because I think he knows the tradition. And you can ask his dad to confirm that. And finally, Matt Wilson on drums, who always has a smile on his face. I think there's something going on with Matt Wilson, but of course.
I'm not Scottish, though.
How did you know I was? I feel like I'm the straight man, and you were just waiting for it. I don't know. At any rate, final session with all 5 of these actual jazz masters with us today, and a chance for them to express some final thoughts. And I think they will welcome some questions. And I know in the breakout room we just had, we had some really good questions. And my experience is always that sometimes the simplest questions lead to the deepest answers. So with that, I'll turn it back over to our lead clinician, John Clayton. John, you got it.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Larry. Congrats again to everybody that participated, that submitted music today. We totally and sincerely, it's not just words, are impressed by what you guys are doing. It's wonderful. I really did hear some wonderful music today. So thank you all for that. This is our chance to just kind of come together as this community, this village, this family, and share thoughts with you. I'm actually I've been starting it off pretty much the whole day. I need to pass it around. So I'm going to let my friends just kind of give some thoughts about anything they want to share with you. And then we'll come back and open it up, and we want your thoughts, the things that you're dealing with, your challenges. You know, like I said in the last session, it's now time for you to get personal. Make this selfish. You know, go ahead and think about what you're dealing with and share it with us, because even though, like I said, even though I may not have all the answers, collectively, we can find some wisdom, some truth, some direction, some ideas, some creative ways to approach things. So I'm going to start off just by passing it on to, and again, my friends, my colleagues, to say anything they'd like to share, and we'll just go around and eventually come back to all of you participants. Ladies first.
Is that me? No, of course.
Last time I checked, you was a real lady. Come on now.
Oh, thank you, Sir Clayton. Well, the first thing that came to mind when you said share thoughts, for me, I think it's important that I lead and really move forward in faith and not fear. And understanding the dichotomy of the two, especially when we're at an intersection point in our life or trying to figure out what decisions that we're going to make. I'm sorry, there's two puppies kind of growling, so if you hear some rustling, they're down here dealing with faith and fear. But like acknowledging the two ideas and understanding that, that if faith or if fear supersedes faith, then the idea or the notion is this. But once fear or faith supersedes fear, then we're able to access the abundance. And I was just sharing with the saxophonist this whole idea of, I can't even remember what I was talking about, but it was something with faith and fear and abundance and really accessing the abundance. But yeah, just moving forward in faith and not fear. And like I was saying before, the whole notion, being unapologetic about the notion, and knowing that if you want to deal with triplets today, then deal with triplets and go in. If you want to deal with, working on your biceps at the gym, then go in on that and being unapologetic about that in every aspect of life, so that once you tap into it in a faithful place, because a lot of times when you're walking faithfully, it's going to be uncomfortable and you are going to have fear. But if the fear is down here and the faith is up here, then you're able to tap into more than the abundance. And these are things that I've learned from really talking to and hanging with great people around me, seeing how they conduct themselves accordingly.
Thank you for that. Matthew.
Thank you, Tia. Yeah, we work on all this stuff. We want to learn. We want to gain. But the thing is, we want to enjoy it when we get out to go out and do it. You know what I mean? And so, that's one of the things too. We want to celebrate the work that we've done, and the joy that we get from getting to do this. And it is a gift, to be given this opportunity to get to play music. And we're gathered all here because a sound reached us. The sound of improvised music, jazz music, whatever. We hear this sound and we're like, wow, we're gathered here. It brought us all from different places and different parts of the country or parts of the world, even, together. So I think that's something I think about all the time, is that, wow, we're the people that I've gotten to be around because of this. Marcel Duchamp, the great artist, said, "I don't believe in art, I believe in artists." And I feel the same about music. If we're not in them, it's not about category, it's about the people. So I know when I see, my colleagues today, the genre, that aspect, it's going to be about their spirits, their people that we're playing with, So I think that's something to think about. Remind yourself all the time of that, And my last thing to say about something like that is, you're going to face things in life, it's not always easy, and so you have to find the things that really bring you this kind of joy. And this is if not one of my family, and this is my family is part of this family, and this family is part of my family. We're all. My daughter's asking today about Terell, but she had to go. But stuff like that, it's great. My girlfriend Kim's asking about John, and it's like, it's so great to have that, And for her, it's like, recently Kim's like, wow, I'm listening to the radio and they're making these announcements. I know John. That's the Clayton Hamilton Orchestra. I know John and Jeff, and then she said, well, then we hear a record by Tia, or hear Gerald's live at the Vanguard records. Oh, that's Gerald, so the community aspect of this, and knowing the spirits of the people. So that's something that I think you want to take with you all the time, So thank you guys for joining us today. We appreciate you being here. Thank you.
Thank you, Gerald.
Yeah, y'all. Love, love, love. I'm feeling it. I'm feeling grateful for the community. Definitely reflecting a lot on that in these times, now that we, don't get to smell each other's body odors anymore. But you know what I was thinking, okay, if I have, if I'm gonna lobby an idea right now, what's an open-ended, blank canvas, what do I want to talk about? There's kind of like a few things come to mind, and one that Matt started to touch on that I think I feel is really valuable and really important to me within the community, within the musicians, between us, the family, us on the inside, the folks making the music, how important it is to actually be thoughtful about the language you use to describe this thing that we do. That, this idea of genre even being a thing is a bit bogus. And I think we, as the creators of music, can all agree that we need to throw that out. That when we're talking about the music, it serves it better to speak with nuance. The music of Duke Ellington, the music of Kendrick Lamar, right? Because it's not enough to just say, I'm playing jazz today. I want to get better at playing jazz. What does that mean to you? What you say jazz to somebody and they think of Frank Sinatra, somebody else, they think of Kenny G. Two very different worlds. So the more nuance you can use to describe this experience, this thing that we get to do, I think the clearer you'll see kind of what you're after as well. And it invites people who are on the outside, who don't make the music, to also start to think that way. The only other sort of thing, I really feel also really grateful and blessed to be a part of this community, and to feed off of this big tree of music, and that feeds us. It offers us, a sense of ourselves, a sort of self-awareness that I think doesn't necessarily happen if you have a 9-to-5 job in a system over there. It's a different journey. Not that you can't transcend anywhere, but we really get to know ourselves in this music, and that's a really beautiful thing. I want you all in your age group and where you are to be thinking more than just like how good do I want to get, who do I want to play with, what notes do I want to figure out, what records do I want to transcribe, but also a sense of your place in a larger trajectory. You know, when I think of my time, I was born in 1984. I'm sort of this generation that feels a little bit like the last of the Mohicans. Like, I remember what it was like before the technological boom, before the internet, and before I had cell phones. And now I feel like the duty of my generation is to be a bit of a glue, a bit passing on some of the values from the time before to the new generation, right? And now that you all are where you are in this history, you know, I think it's worthwhile to always kind of be thinking that way. And maybe that gives you another sense of purpose in what you're doing artistically and creatively and searching for. And also hopefully makes you feel your very rightful place in this trajectory of this music, in the tradition, that it's not like, you know, maybe the people would make you believe that, well, jazz happened already. It was John Coltrane and Miles Davis, and now you get to like get the scraps. No, this is still happening, and you're an important part of that. So anyway, I want you all to be thinking that way as well. You know, don't fall for those traps of boxed thinking and categorization, and really think reflectively on you and your place in the world and history, in this family, in this tradition of the music that we're so lucky to be part of.
Thank you. Terrible.
Yeah. Wow. I feel like I should just pay for what I just heard. I mean, there was so much knowledge that just came. I mean, only thing I have left to do is to sing you a song, and that's not going to happen. So, you know, this has been an interesting time through all of this that we've been through this year, and the thing that's just been, you know, stirring in my soul is belief. You know, whatever you believe, but most importantly, believing in yourself. And I have seen this year so many people lose faith in who they are, lose faith in where they're going, or what they wanted to do, or what they dreamed to do. But this year has been a time for reflection and a time for growth. And the growth necessarily doesn't mean on your instrument. You know, when you have time to sit idle, time that we've all had, you start to ruminate on certain things about yourself. For me personally, I look at this screen and I'm so thankful to be with all the folks that I normally get to be with on the screen, but so thankful to be with folks that I normally not get to see on this screen. So I thank someone like Larry for providing this opportunity, because if you guys look on this screen, we're going to see each other way beyond this point. And when you see Matt Wilson next, he's going to be the same Matt Wilson that you see today, and he's going to nurture you, and he's going to lift you. Same thing with Gerald, same thing with John, same thing with Tia. This is the beginning, you guys, of just an incredible future. And I say the word about believe in yourself. In the beginning of my career, a lot of naysayers said a lot of negative things to me. My first naysayer, my first music experience told me that I had no musical talent whatsoever. I should stay as far away from music as humanly possible. And another experience told me, you can't play this music without a backup. And there's been a lot of messages that have come my way. And the thing that has brought me to where I am now in this life is believing in myself, knowing that I'm here on this earth for a purpose. Don't know what the purpose is for. That's for the Creator to know what my purpose is for. But to believe in what I do enough to do it at the highest level possible. And if I can't figure something out, then looking at this screen is my answer. If I can't figure something out, I know I can go to Gerald. I know I can go to John or Tia or Matt. So don't feel alone during this time. Embrace every single person you see on this screen, and know that if you believe in yourself and your dream, incredible things will happen. Don't let what's going on out there affect what's going to go on right here. This beautiful feeling we've had all day, the music that's been played has inspired me. This is the quickest 8 hours I've ever experienced in my life. You know, I mean, it's almost over and I'm like, oh my God. So I have to say thank you to Larry. Thank you to all the clinicians, my friends, my family. I love you all. I just can't say enough. Believe in yourself. We believe in you, and we're here to support you.
Thank you, Terell. Thank you, Gerald. Thank you, Tia. Thank you, Matt. Whew. I want to add a few things. Some of you that know me have heard me say some of these things before, but I think it may be good to revisit them. Number one, everybody, don't forget to follow your heart. Follow your heart. You can't go wrong if you follow your heart. You always will regret when you don't follow your heart. You never will regret. And that's not just music, that's life. You know, if you're dating that person who looks really great, you know, and you find out they have a box of rocks in their head, and, you know, when it's all over, you're going to say, something told me not to do that. But when you date that person that you're really interested, you feel something for, even if that ends, you're going to look back and go, well, you know, it ended, but that was a good time, right? Follow your heart. You know, another thing that we have to remember, if you guys are going to help people, you keep playing this music, you're going to help people. And you're going to be able to teach a student that'll come in and you're going to want to help them. You tell them to, hey, our first lesson, I want you to do A, B, and C. They'll go home. When they come back, hopefully they'll come back to you and say, I did just what you told me. I did A, B, and C. You know, would you like to teach that kind of student? Or would you like to teach the kind of student who comes back to you and says, I did just what you told me, A, B, and C, and I got so into it, I did like D, E, and F. So which kind of student would you like to teach? The answer is obvious. We have to be the kind of student that we would like to teach, right? You're dealing with school right now. Don't forget, be the kind of student you like. And conversely, you know, some of you may have teaching in your mind, like, you know, finding a teaching position someplace or giving music lessons in a store, whatever, out of home. That may be in your vision, and that's cool. That's great. Now, if you have a chance to study with somebody who's gone to school, right? They got their degree and they teach you, right? That's one thing. Great. That's, you know, could be a beautiful thing. If you could study with that teacher, or if you could study with a teacher who gets the degree, graduates and all that stuff, and then they go on the road and they tour and they record and they do all this stuff for like whatever, 2, 3, 4, 5 years, and then they teach you. Which teacher would you like to study with? The answer is obvious. We have to be the teachers that we would like to study with, right? And all of that's about being sincere, about going inside ourselves and figuring out what feels good, what do I want, what's sincere. Some of the things that we have to also avoid, we have to avoid the word and concept of difficult, right? Because that goes in line with the idea of so ye say it, so shall it be. You know, if somebody says, man, with my luck, I'll probably end up playing weddings and bar mitzvahs the rest of my life, what are they going to do? Right? So if you say that this is a really hard tune, what's it going to be? And you'll hear that. Our friends they're going to say those kinds of things to us. And our even well-meaning teachers sometimes are going to say those things to us. We have to make sure that we process things in a way that keeps us cleansed. Otherwise, it's more work for us to move forward, right? There's no such thing as difficult music. You know, if Donna Lee is a difficult tune and you play Donna Lee every day for 3 months, is it difficult anymore? No, right? But wait a minute. The notes to Donna Lee, they didn't change. We change. So the music is not difficult. We change. The music is just new. Either you know it or you don't know it. If you don't know it, you learn it. If you've already learned it, end of conversation. So there are certain pitfalls that we have to deal with, and we have to deal with them in a healthy way. Negativity, that's been talked about. Fear, that's been talked about. You know, that surrounds us. You're gonna hear so many people that are struggling with themselves, and they haven't had this chance to hang out with Matt Wilson and Tia Fuller and Terell Stafford and Gerald Clayton. They haven't had this. They haven't had this information. So what do? They possibly speak negatively about the music business, about all this stuff. And you now have been exposed to more truths and more paths and ways to move forward. Because of that, you are blessed with more light in this particular example than they have been. Hopefully they will be too, but you have to bring your light to those situations. So when you're playing with people and you're hanging around people that are speaking negatively and doing things that really feel bad to you, bring your light to the situation. It doesn't mean that you will illuminate the others, but it will mean that you don't get sucked into their darkness, right? And in actuality, you probably will end up illuminating them. So always bring whatever you consider to be your light. We hear things like, there aren't enough jobs out there for all the people that are graduating. That's such bull. Because if you could, first of all, statistics do not apply to art. Statistically, there have never been enough jobs for all the people that are graduating, ever. Why are we talking about it now? So the thing we have to remember is that people, you, me, we find a way to land on our feet. And especially you, because you are creative. If somebody said to me, you know what, in order to continue to do music, you're gonna have to wash dishes in a restaurant, I'd be cool, no problem. Because I have to play music. And if this is the means to that end, I will do it. You know, I feel blessed that I don't have to do that. But there was a time that I did have to do that. And other people had to do other things in order to move forward the way they wanted to. And we have to understand that there are two words that guide us, two words that control our lives. They're the two words that are the reason that we are here together right now, you guys. Those words are the music. The music is why we're here. And as you move forward in your musical life, then go back to those words when you hit a crossroads, when you don't know what to do, which way to go back to those two words, that concept, that idea of the music, and let the music be the reason you make your decision. The music is why we're here. The music determines where you live. The music determines what size car you buy, right? The music determines who you date. I hope you're not dumb enough to date somebody that hates your music. Don't do that, right? The music. And that, along with all these other things, following your heart, bringing light to every situation you deal with, right? You'll be just fine. So now it's your turn. You guys can unmute yourselves and share with any of us, with any of my colleagues and friends here, my family. They're all my family. You're all my family. And you get all the benefits that go along with being a family member, except you can't borrow money from me. All
I'd
right.
like to throw out a question because all of you have talked all day long about transcription and listening. What is the value? I mean, most of the time when we talk about that, we're talking about bebop tunes, hard bop tunes, fusion tunes. Is there any value, particularly in listening to the older music that we're probably not going to really play? You know, whether it's Chick Webb, Fats Waller, Jelly Roll Morton, Johnny Hodges, certainly Louis Armstrong. What is the value to current musicians of listening to music from that totally now bygone era?
I'll let any one of my colleagues jump in before I do.
Well, I had previously mentioned that like I get a little triggered when I hear genres being used as the end all descriptors, right? That jazz is this or fusion is this, and you know, I should transcribe categories. To me, that's too broad. The names are better, right? We're getting to, okay, Fats Waller, Jelly Roll Morton. What's the value in transcribing something? I mean, music. It's as simple as music is a language. That there are these 12 notes, and we're not this notion that improvisation is a bit misleading because it kind of makes you think that you're creating something out of thin air, and that's not really for the most musical scenarios. In what we're talking about, what we're dealing with, is actually expressing yourself with the language, with the vocabulary. And the best way to learn a language, the only way to learn a language, is to immerse yourself in that language, to learn the dialects, to learn the accents, the phrasing. That all comes from just actual exposure to that. So the only way to do that in music is to go straight to the music. It's just always the way that this music has been passed down, is orally. So you know, that the other sort of question of what is the value of language or an accent or a dialect that may have been more popular at a different time. I think that's for the artist to figure out. That's for people to discuss. But I think if you start to, if we can really embrace Duke Ellington's notion that there are only two kinds of music, good and the other kind, then time goes out the window too. It's just a big old pile of music out there, good music, to be soaked up, to be considered. So if it's Art Tatum or, you know, ASAP Rocky, I don't know, like it's all available for you to pick from. It's this big, the music is a big tree with fruit at all these different levels of branches that you can pick from any piece. It's gonna feed you. It's nutrition. It has nutritional value. Exactly what that is, you know, is to be figured out from case by case and person to person, personal taste. But I don't. Yeah, I wouldn't ever not try something. You know, maybe you transcribe something and then a couple years later you realize, I'm not really dealing with much of that anymore. But just be curious, just try things. There's a great spiritual saying that he who tastes knows. That's the whole equation. Just got to taste. You got to try something. How can we judge whether something is valid or not if we haven't actually tried it? All of our descriptions of the music, whether genre, it's like a meal. You know, what kind of food am I going to eat? I mean, I can give you a whole bunch of words, but that's meaningless until you actually put the fork in your mouth, right? Then you know. So he who tastes knows. Just taste. Just keep trying stuff. And transcription is our process of more thoroughly investigating the ingredients of what we're trying. We're actually getting inside of what makes this meal taste a certain way. And what you transcribe is partially the notes, and it's partially the accents, partially you know, that type of information, but there's other things behind those notes too. There's attitude behind those notes. And if you start to listen to the music that way, then you actually do see the relation, you do see the validity, the relevance of the attitude expression from music created at this time in history to now, it's all the same. It really is. I mean, you know, if we have to put a big umbrella under it, I think what we're mostly dealing with here is expression that comes from the blues tradition, right? That it sort of starts there, and then European classical music also has its influence. I mean, it goes all the way back to Pangea, so I don't even know, but I think it's all valid. You know, don't believe the hype that there's anything bad for you. There's only two kinds of music, good and the other kind.
I think the value, amen, Gerald, by the way. I think the value of transcribing, especially from that time period or those people, is a sense of reality, you know, for me. When you go and pick up or you find that recording you want to transcribe of Louis Armstrong as a trumpet player, and you try to play 12 bars of Louis Armstrong, the reality hits. Wow, I can't do this. I can't do this. I can't do this. I can't do this. How the hell did he learn how to do this and how to do this? And I can't do it. I've been through school. I've been through this. So it was a wake-up call. When you want to figure out, okay, what should I be practicing? What is my practicing going to do for me? Well, you sit down 10 minutes with a Louis Armstrong solo, and it'll define your whole practice routine. You have to work on bends. You have to work on flexibility. You have to work on attacks. You have to work on endurance. You have to work on rates. Like everything you need in your practice arsenal is right there from that transfer. And another reason, and I'll stop after this. Another reason that I love to transcribe is because I want to know what it feels like to play a great solo. If I could just feel that, maybe I could recreate it. So that's my reasons.
If I may add briefly, and I shared this with the saxophonist, this is something that I'm delving into, especially with watching these documentaries, Ma Rainey, Aretha, Bessie, you know, we're looking at not only the musical context, but what is fueling that music, the spirit, the energy behind a vibrato. And a lot of times, especially in the 60s, but even prior to that, the social context, social activism, political statements, Abby Lincoln, Let Freedom Ring with Max Roach, like all of these different subscripts underneath the music that are actually not subscripts. It's the root cause of the music. Watching this with Cynthia Erivo, with Aretha, I mean, I didn't realize how much Aretha Franklin was an activist, a social activist during times of discrimination and racism and really standing up. So, yeah, it's important that we're transcribing, yes, and thank you, Terell and Gerald, for your wisdom. But in addition to that, also looking at the political, social context that was fueling this sound, even with Louis Armstrong during that point in time, and Bessie Smith early in the 20s, coming from the Negro spiritual, and prior to that, the work song, and slavery and plantations, like looking at the trajectory of how this music has come to fruition, the spirit behind it that's really going to give us that context.
I have two quotes. One is from a British cat named Billy Shakespeare, and his 5 words is, "What is past is prologue." And then there's another example of the great Max Roach talking about Jonathan Papa Joe Jones. He said, for every 4 beats a drummer plays, we owe 3 of them to Joe Jones. So, I mean, I think that alone for me is enough to be inspired to go back and check this stuff out. And like I'm with Terell, like, wow, they came up with this stuff from what? They heard something, and but they didn't have all these resources. We had all this right here, like this thing, listening and stuff. It's all we can, it's like, so yeah, I think it's all valid. I think it's the effort it takes is the validity too, and also then learning the social aspects of that. Why did this happen? What was going on? So yeah, T, yeah, everybody, thank you, yeah, T, Gerald. All right, John.
Nice.
Tell us.
I'm ready. I know I'm ready for the next question. Y'all
Okay.
covered that. I ain't got nothing. Thank you. That's beautiful. Beautiful thoughts, beautiful direction. Anybody can unmute themselves and share a thought, a question, a dilemma.
I had a question.
Jet.
It's, I don't know how to word it. So I guess a lot of us here, I know at least in the Notre Dame band, I assume in other bands as well, not everyone is, I guess, a music major. Not everyone is looking to do music full time the rest of their life. We all have other things that we do as well, and we try to do both those things at the same time. Do you guys have any advice for trying to, like, coming out of college, trying to be able to keep the music thing in your life and keep getting better at it, and not let that kind of fall to the wayside as just something you did in college, even though you're off on a different career path?
Personally, I would say do it your way, right? So there won't be a rule that you can follow, but do it your way. It could be that when you're out of school and involved in something other than music, that it takes up, pardon me, 80% of your time and energy and thought process. That leaves you maybe 20 or less to deal with music, if that's what you want to do, you know. And then somebody else might have the opposite situation. They're just dealing with some other career path that takes up only 25% of their time, and they've got a lot more time to focus on the music thing. So everybody's situation is going to be different. So follow your heart, really. You can look to other people's ways of dealing with the situation as models or examples of how you might try it. But at the end of the day, and I think that if music is not going to be your main focus, and I'm just guessing, you probably want to spend the appropriate amount of time and focus on this other situation, because you really want to develop that and move that forward and make sure that music is a part of it. And how you develop that other thing, that bigger focus, is going to determine how you also can make sure that music is a part of your life, to what degree, I think. So those are my thoughts. It's kind of like don't worry about it right now, but it's an excellent question and a valid question and a really good concern. But that's my feeling. I'm curious to hear whatever anybody else has to say.
Yeah, I agree 100% with what you said. And when you finish what you're this process that you're in right now, and you go to move on to the next process, I think your passion will guide you. In that, if you graduate and you're off doing this job and you just feel like, wow, something is really missing in my life, let me hop on the internet and see what opportunities are around me. I'm sure you'll find a community band. I'm sure you'll find this. I'm sure you'll find this. You will find a way to feed your soul. You don't even have to worry about it if that's what you need to do. But if that doesn't hit you, that's cool too. We just expect to see you at a concert. You did.
You dig. I heard a podcast recently. There's a bass player that has a podcast from the Jason Heath, and he interviewed this the principal timpanist of the Metropolitan Opera Orchestra, and he has like a PhD in computer science or something. So it's really great. It's called Deliberate Practicing. It's a pretty cool podcast. And he said, man, he goes, I went to these auditions having fun. It wasn't a big pressure for me to have to get the job. I had a job, so I'd practice music. I loved it. He goes, I practiced, and I'd go. One day I got the job. I'm playing with the Metropolitan Opera Orchestra, So you never know, right? That sometimes taking that pressure off, and you may find another world of it. And I thought that was really hip, and the way he talked about it in such a positive way. So yeah, I'd go to the auditions, and I wasn't really that rattled. If I messed up, I'm like, well, okay. But then the next time I go, okay, I played pretty well. And then he goes, then I got the gig. He got this gig. So he said, yeah, it's crazy. So, you never know. I think there's that stuff all the time that, Charlie Mingus worked in the post office. There's a lot of things that people have had to do. We may have to again, but we hope that that it all turns around. It's all cool. It's all cool. So
cool. Any other
Yeah,
questions?
I just wanted to quickly say that the sort of premise of the question, that the perspective of the question is putting a lot of the focus on the circumstances, the situation outside of the music, right? It's this question of like gigs and career and all that stuff, which is totally great to talk about and think about, but it's a different world than talking about the music just in its own state, right? And I think the music that world, you have access to the rest of your life, like whether you're playing gigs or not. There's some folks who love it's not binary, but there's a saying, some folks love the music and some folks love the gig. Like, and you can hear some people playing and it sounds a little more like they're a little more into the gig than they are into the music. They like the idea of showing out and cute lady at the bar, she's whatever it is. Like, there's all these and that's great. The gig is cool, but the music is like has a whole other set of values and things that you're going to get from it, some of which you don't even you can't plan for that 4 or 5 years from now. I think, like, just have your curiosity in the music be about the music, and the rest will be what it is. And I have you seem like a smart enough guy that I don't think you'll have a problem figuring out how to pay rent. But that music is going to be with you forever. It's again, it's that tree, it's full of fruit for everybody to pick from. So yeah, it's not going anywhere.
Good one.
Nice.
I would just say stay inspired. Just stay really inspired, and whatever that feels and looks like to you. And then also through that inspiration, like the consistency of that inspiration will lead to the longevity of that inspiration. However that manifests in your life. When I speak to people who have played early on and then kind of let it go and then want to get back to it, generally there's a little loophole as far as, well, I haven't touched my horn in a while, but at least they're, like somebody said, they're going out to live performances. So as long as you're staying inspired, and if you feel the desire to remain attached in a way that you're still accessing the instrument and playing, then go ahead. But if not, at least stay inspired by going to check out some music or art, going to a museum and then coming back and writing a tune, however that looks for you, because there's different permutations of it, really, or modalities of it.
Thank you. I think we have time for another question or two.
I have a quick question.
Sure.
Or not a quick question, but in my experience, like, it wasn't until I got into college where I really was able to learn about and develop an appreciation for, like, the historical and cultural context of jazz music. As someone who wants to be like a future educator, my undergrad was in music ed. How can I make sure to incorporate that with younger students, like high school students, or even younger, like middle school students? And how important do you think it is to talk about that stuff while you're trying to teach jazz?
I think it's really important to talk about it. And I think that allow yourself to be a vehicle of reflection. Allow yourself to be the guy who, through your excitement about this knowledge, through your excitement about this music and about its history, your students are going to come along for the ride. And again, I mentioned earlier, I don't know if I mentioned it to everybody, but so go I, so go they. If I'm excited and I'm like, just can't wait to share this with you guys. It's like, I just found out this killing stuff about Louis Armstrong. Woo! Oh, I can't wait to tell you. Now you just brought along, you just done the Pied Piper thing. You know, you're bringing these people along because you're so curious, because you're so into it, because you're so excited about it. And that's really how, and if all of us think back, and even think maybe presently, but if all of us think back, we can name a teacher or teachers in some cases that really inspired us. All of us can, you know, that really like, wow, it was so cool to take that class with that person or whatever. Or, you know, I'm into math because I had this amazing math teacher in the 7th grade, whatever, you know? And so you say it, so shall it be, and so go I, so go they. So go I, so however you are, that's how they're gonna be. That's one tool that you can use.
Yeah, so I again, I keep getting triggered by language. Like, you know, I want to teach jazz to high school kids, but your question is making it seem like maybe what we really ought to focus on is what your definition of jazz is, and that seems to actually include a lot more than just you know, learn these scales and these chords, right? It actually has to do with historical social context, and maybe your definition of what you're teaching actually is human expression in reaction to life and to struggle and to joys and sorrows in the world, right? That maybe that's your new definition of jazz, and you're still teaching jazz if that's the word we want to use. But I think you have the freedom to morph it how you see fit. You know, I mean, there is nuance there, and whatever you want to, whatever truth and message you want to teach and spread, go ahead and do that. And like my dad said, do it with passion, with sincerity and love, and it'll be great. You know, but be careful about those words. You know, like really think about exactly what it is you're after. And I think even just thinking that way is going to maybe bring a little more clarity on what it is you're after and how, maybe some ideas of how you could get there.
Cool. Somebody else.
From an educational standpoint, there's so many different opportunities that we have. And like I was saying before, this music is a manifestation, or our life is a manifestation of this music and vice versa. This music is a manifestation of our life. So, and thank you, Gerald, for, you know, semantics and being careful with those. I just want to say that I think it's really important that we're utilizing, however you go about, Mr. Kaufman, however you go about educating your students, that it's in a way that's going to empower, and that we're cultivating tools that are empowering these students. So if they don't choose to play an instrument, they have tools that are sustaining throughout a lifetime. And and yes, they've experienced it through music, or hopefully their association with music, but these are things that transcend music, because it's all throughout our life that we're experiencing it, but we're cultivating these tools within our classes to do so. And really, you know, I mean, everything else is supporting this as well. Like, how are you communicating with each other on a one-on-one basis? How are you listening on this song? In a social setting, how are you all listening to each other? If you're gonna have some sort of conflict, then how does that conflict resolve in this tune? What's the juxtaposition? Some of the things I was kind of talking about earlier, looking at the asymmetry and the symmetry. But okay, now how do we see that manifest in, you know, our day to day, and really just infusing them with those tools of empowerment.
Just really quickly, you know, one thing I feel passionately about is programming. You know, programming can be your vehicle in how you introduce this music from a historical perspective. And if you include a spectrum of people in your programming, you can introduce many, many different concepts to your students. And so that's a topic that if you need direction on programming, I'd be happy to help with some resources. But I think it's really important. We can teach valuable lessons to our students through our programming, and we can teach these same lessons to ourselves and open up ourselves, because that's what, for us to get excited, as John Clayton said, we have to have some knowledge. We can't get excited if we don't have the knowledge. But once we do, we can present programming that can introduce this excitement to our students.
You know, I feel I love the word anthropology because it's living history, you know? So when you see that name in the corner of this, if it says Benny Carter, learn about Benny Carter. If it says Ornette Coleman in the corner, you know, learn about Ornette Coleman, you know, and go. And I have a good friend who, instead of chastising his students on with the phone aspect of things, has said, okay, let's use it. Let's do some research. Let's learn about things. Let's learn about you know, We Insist, the Freedom Suite. I listened to Abby Lincoln and Mr. Roach, you know. Let's learn about what they were talking about. Let's learn with Oscar Brown. Let's learn about that. Let's learn if there's a name you don't know. Let's check out who Gratian Moncour is. You know, instead of, you know, it's not something that I've been doing recently for myself. Is, you know, there's some people, you know, we don't get to everybody. So this week was J.C. Moses, the great drummer. I don't know a lot. So I'm listening Iron Man, the Derek Dolphy records, some other things. But then learn about their history. Read about them. You know that Elvin Jones, Thad Jones, and Hank Jones were brothers. You know, learn about their, you know, learn about the people. You know, and find out more and more about the people all the time, and it's gonna inform the music. Always, you know. So I'm a history freak, and so I love the stories. I love hearing about, you know, things, and sometimes stories that aren't in these. You know, that's why you come to these events. You hear stories. You can get all the information on the internet, basically a lot of the notes and all that, but you don't get stories. And you guys all have stories too, and you're going to tell those stories. And I'm going to hear this story. You're going to hear this story and tell this story. And I think that's what's so. I love the stories, you know. I just love hearing the stories about things that went down and happened, you know. Lee Cohn is telling me about spending the morning on the day one of his children were being born. He was on the Stan Kenton band with a guest with Charlie Parker. You know who knocked on his door and spent the day with him? Charlie Parker knocked on the door and said, "Lee, you need a friend today." He said they spent the whole day together. They had breakfast, lunch, and dinner. They talked all day. He says, wasn't that nice of him? You know, that's great. I mean, I think doing that, I think you have to integrate. Yeah, we have to have that. Otherwise, it's just notes. You know, there's nothing behind it. You have to, same way with Mahler. If you're going to listen to Mahler, you got to know the stories. You don't just listen to the music. You got to find out the history. You got to do it, you know. So it all ties in together, you know, I think. Very much so.
Wow. I want to turn it over to Larry Dwyer, but I want to thank all of you guys. First of all, my faculty family. I love all you guys. Tia, thank you so much. Terrible, thank you so much. Matt, thank you so much. Gerald, thank you. And I thank all of you students that participated and are serious enough about the fun that we're having, that you've brought it to such a beautiful high level. That's so soul feeding. And I really, 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 really appreciate you. So thank you, Matt. Thank you, Larry. And we'll turn it back over to you.
All right. John, thank you very much. Tia, thank you. Terrell, thank you. Gerald, thank you. Matt, thank you. This has been a wonderful day. I think all the students have benefited so much from truly words of wisdom that you have shared, and your expertise. The five of you embody the history of this music, and to a great extent, the history of America. So it's beneficial to all of us. So thank you very much. I'd like to ask the other participants to, if they would say goodbye, join me in applauding these 5 wonderful clinicians as they have applauded your music today. But I'd like the rest of you to leave, and if the 5 clinicians could stick with me for just a minute, we'll kind of wrap up with a couple more details that I have and maybe that John has. And Matt Merton, you can stay on with us also if you want to. So yeah, thank you all so much. So for everybody else, bye-bye. Leave.